forgive me for my transgressions. Oh yeah.
Yo, we live in misery, ghetto infested, crack facilities where people struggle and strive against their own abilities. I tried to put the people on and tell them what they doing is wrong. An epidemic, this is prolonged. Misery, the day that Christ was betrayed, as he sat and broke bread when I had a scheme to hold him back. Now picture this, living your life at the age of 12, going around town telling the wise men to get on track, and growing up, walking in the footsteps of Christ, knowing death, knowing the time Satan tempt you in the night. Fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, afflictions, praying for strength in the Lord to overcome this. And what about the times when they doubted you, didn't believe because they couldn't see what it is to see? You got eyes but they don't see, you got ears but they don't hear. That's why we living in misery.
Forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again.
Attempting to reach the promised land, pay homage and praise to Yahweh Shai. Why should he even acknowledge man? We represent the 12 tribal, even the families of Israel, spoken of all over the Bible, awaiting the arrival of the Son of Man. If the truth hurts, then duck down, cause his verse is homicidal. Bust my gun in hand, destroying my arch rival. He's on the ground, stretched out like a rubber band. Shot him 7 times, I understand. Don't take it literal, condition is critical, cause every shot was spiritual. 3 shots to the face, judgment, mercy, and faith. By the grace of the Most High that we weren't replaced. 3 more shots landed, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Without these, your spirit abandons your body, and now your flesh is left stranded. The last was love, most powerful force on the planet. Source is outlandish, a place where the lost in our hearts will be branded. Living out the true example of what a man is. Our minds are like a fragile package that's damaged. The eyes of the Lord got us on candid camera, watching us whatever we do. Forever he rules. For us the Red Sea was severed in two.
Faith for all Israel to have. They crucified the Son of Man. Wicked acts like him. I ran since I was a slave, mentally pained. I cry out the Lord name, but never in vain. We soon reign and have dominance like the days of old King Solomon. Low in tolerance. The Lord covenant, the promised land, the kingdom, the power, and the glory. Amen.
Forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again.
Ever since I get the Spirit of the Lord, I've been walking in the righteous path of Yahweh Shai, trying to keep my head up as I walk by. All of the simple and perverse, boy, this world is such a curse. When I tell you, I mean there is no sign of the truth. No more praying in the booths or the tabernacles and our solemn feasts when we used to eat all the holy things. Put before the Most High when we cover sins. Man, you should have been there when I tell you. What the hell you call this wretched ass place? Such a disgrace. Man, we've been misplaced. Lord, we been praised. Now we praising every day, wishing you were here, looking up the sky where we know that you will appear. Come on down, lift us up, take us out of here. Bring us to a land where the righteous is always near. And it's all about faith, cause there ain't no fear.
Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again.
I was despised and rejected, cheated on and disrespected, came to my own afflicted. Why didn't they listen to me? The greatest sacrifice no other man could ever give. I gave my life and soul, knowing it would make you live. Spirit was willing, with my flesh I had to overcome. I asked my Father, pass this cup, but I was the only one to do His will, fulfill the scriptures to perfection. Lay down my life in hope of reconciliation. Christ is on His way. Will you be waiting for me? Christ is on His way. Will I find faith in Thee? Christ is on His way. Come to end all this confusion. Christ is on His way. Establish eternal righteous ruling. Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Oh, will I find iniquity? Christ is on His way. I bear the sins of many. Christ is on His way. How could you do this to me? Of all the families on earth, you only have I known. My sheep who's lost in this world, to you my love was shown. I came to give repentance, forgiveness of your sins, to be a prince and savior, but you won't let me in. Instead you delivered me unto the enemy with all your blasphemies. How could you do this to me? Stiff-necked and stuck in your ways, you broke the covenant. You only got a few days before I make my judgment. Oh, forgive them, for they know not what they do. What they do, what they do. I will plead with them face to face till I turn them back to you.
Yo, you thought I wasn't coming back? Imagine that, watch the sky crack when I attack. I held back the winds from the four corners. Now you were gonna watch my battle axe get bloody. No one above me. It pleased them to choose me, to bruise me, but nothing could move me. You refused me like you never knew me. I didn't have to do it when I carried your iniquity, your wickedly witchery. Now you don't remember me. The whole world watched on my name. They lied, denied that I died, but so they pierced my side. Now I will return to burn, to unlearn, but the whole world heard, but forsook
everything
my
I do
word.
is for the Lord. If I breathe for Christ. If I die for Christ, no matter the price. Understand it, I present my body as a living sacrifice.
That's right.
Repent, for the kingdom of the Lord is at hand. The coming of Yahweh is not. And He prophesied when He was going to be born and died. I hope these cats realize that there ain't much time. First and foremost is Satan holds post. Keep your guards up and close with the armor of the Most High. He's not a man that he should lie. I hate when we teach Jake and they walk on by.
Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Will I find faith in Thee? Christ is on His way. Coming to end all this confusion. Christ is on His way. Establish eternal righteous ruling. Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Or will I find iniquity? Christ is on His way. I bear the sins of many. Christ is on His way. How could you do this to me? Christ is on His way. I'll hear the sound of the scorn. Turn up the nations His way. Ain't gonna take this no more. Israel, you better endure. Come and hear the sound of the scorn. Turn up the nations His way. Ain't gonna take this no more. 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 Ain't gonna take this confusion. Ain't gonna take this no more. Ain't gonna take this no more. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you guys for being here. You could have been any place on the planet, but you chose to be here today, and we are so thankful. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your support. We appreciate everything that you do. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hold on while I get this kind of figured out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. All right. All right. Yo, yo. All right, guys. Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate you. We started a little late today. Been having some issues. I've been at war with this animal for 2 years now. And good news. I won. Now, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do with him, but I finally caught the infamous groundhog, man. I finally caught him. He's in the backyard right now. Because I don't know what to do with the dude. I don't know what to do with him. They're telling me I got to take this dude to a damn park to release him. So, he's in the backyard right now, just chilling. Been trying to get him. He's been, messing with me. He'll show himself in the backyard, like on the camera. He'll jump on the deck. He'll dance on the deck. Just making fun of me, disrespecting me. And today, he got caught. And it's like, he's cute until he opens his mouth. When he opens his mouth, he's ugly. He's really ugly when he opens his mouth. But I got some pictures of him. And I'm going to see if I can send them to myself so I can post them. Yeah. It's just crazy when you sit there and you look at it. Like, it's like this fight has been going on for so long. And now that I've won, you start to think about, was it worth it, right? Because now I got him. Got him now. So now I'm thinking about his family. I'm thinking about all sorts of things now at this point. And it's like, oh man, who wants to have to think about these things? I don't know if, his family's like, yo, they might be outside right now helping him or something, but that dude their teeth is no joke, man. He started chattering at me, and again, I'm not an outdoorsy type of guy. I mean, if I have to deal with something outdoors, I'll do it, but I'm not an outdoorsy type of guy. And Vaughn says, cook him. Really, brother? Really? Cook him? No, I'm not going to do that. You don't know what's wrong with you people, man. Cook him. But I'm going to show you. I don't remember if I gave him a name. I really don't remember. I probably did give him a name, but it doesn't come to me right now. It doesn't come to me. And I don't want to say it bothers me, but we got him. My wife had a garden out there. He would tear up the garden. Well, yeah,
George and Cecil, I don't remember if I ever gave the groundhog a name. Did I ever give the groundhog a name? Uh, he lost weight because, because of him. Uh, my wife didn't plant too much things, So he lost weight. He was much bigger. Like this dude's back was big, man. But it's not big anymore. He's small. And for some reason the pictures are not. It's not allowing me to bring the pictures up. I'll put it up on my community tab. It's crazy. Yeah, this dude, he's a cute dude. Like you see his little hands. Like what I did was different. I knew that these guys, when I read up on how to catch them, these dudes, they're very picky eaters, man. So what I did that was stupid, and I told you this story. This is how I met, my man Fred and Cecil and all them dudes. The way I met them was, don't ask me this. And again, you guys are gonna laugh, and it's okay. I get it. It's cool. You can laugh. The link is in the chat. You can come up and make fun of your brother Bolo, and it's okay. For some reason, like the kind of cage that I got from the Tractor Supply store is it's a regular cage, man. So initially when they said that they eat strawberries and mangoes and stuff like this is the type of food that these damn animals eat. They don't eat regular stuff. So let me tell you what I did. I went and got a plate. I went and got a plate and put mangoes and strawberries on the plate and put it in the cage on the far end of the cage. So the type of cage I got was a pressure cage. Right? As soon as he puts his feet on it, it slams the door behind him. So not realizing that these dudes' noses are keen on human smell. Like they're keen. Like these animals, you have to take them 4 to 5 miles away to get rid of them. Because if you just take them a mile away, them dudes smell. They don't like going into other burrows that they don't know is theirs. They'll smell their way back to you. Right? So I put the strawberries and the mangoes, but I put it on a plate. Don't ask me why I put it on the plate. He eats off the damn ground. But for some reason, I wasn't thinking. I just put it on a plate. And that's where Fred and Cecil and all them dudes came in. They were eating all the food because the pressure plate, I think you have to have at least a pound or something close to that. And they're small. So it hurt because they were able to eat the food and the dude that it was intended for couldn't. He couldn't. The dude that was intended for could not eat the food. Yeah, I was a little upset. But we tried to fight. He always won. Every time we fought, he won. Every time we fought, he won, It was a long fight. It was a 2-year fight. So today, we was like, okay, we're gonna try and catch this punk. So what did I do? I took him and I put celery. But the way I put it was I hung the celery stalk from the back and I threw carrots in there also. And lo and behold, 15 minutes in, I look at the camera. Guess who I got? Our man. Our man. Got him. He's in the back, pissed off and upset at me. He's chattering. Can y'all hear that? That's the noise he's making, right? As he tried to bite through the cage. And he's still trying to bite through the cage now. Still trying to bite through the cage. It's like a bittersweet thing. Like the rival that we had lasted a very long time. It did. For some reason, my computer's not allowing me to pull up the picture. I want you guys to see this dude. This dude is big, man. This dude is big. When I tell you big, let me see if I can take a snapshot of it. Humongous. And I took a picture of him. Like his hands, like when you get to see these animals and you get to see them, you really are in awe of what God does. You really are in awe. Like how God, like how these animals, man, like this dude got little hands. He has little hands. Like when he was eating his food, because we put carrots in there too. When he was eating the carrots, this dude would hold it with his hands and he would eat the carrots. He would hold it in his hands and he would eat the carrot. He really liked the carrot more than he did the celery. I think the celery, he just ate it because it was there. And he realized, like, man, I'm in this damn cage. I might as well eat it. I think that's already here. And the celery stalk is right in my face. Those carrots apart. He loved the carrots. And it finally came up. Let me show you my man, son. This is my man. Great Pill, you out already, my G? Damn, baby, we ain't even start yet. That's that old gene. I get it. I'm like that too, brother. I won't even fight with you. There go my man right there. Look at him. That's my man. See him? That's my man. Look at my man, like, man, it's crazy in here. Like, you can see the celery stalk right there. You can see the celery stalk right here and the pieces of carrots that he chewed up. But look at my man's grill piece, kid. You can't tell my man nothing. Look at my man, son. See his little damn fingers? Look at his fingers, man. Look at his fingers. Don't tell me that the Lord ain't awesome. Look at this dude's fingers. Look at his fingers. Look at his teeth. Look at them. Now imagine, they got rats like that in the city. Have y'all ever seen the biggest rat that they caught? They fired the guy. Have y'all ever seen the rat? Now this is a groundhog, but listen, man, to me, he looked like a rat. You know what I'm saying? But we're in his territory, right? We're in his land. This is where this dude, he's been chilling. You see his nails? Look at his nails. That's how they dig. Come on, Vaughn. Don't. He's a big rat. He's a groundhog. When you say rat, that brings me back, Yeah, he is. He is. But he's different though. You got to see the way he eats. It's a groundhog, wife school. Right? Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. I got video of the dude too. Got video of him. But tomorrow, if he doesn't break out the cage, because I wasn't going to deal with it. We caught him probably around 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, something like that. Maybe 8:30, dealing with this dude. This dude is running around and scared the hell out of me. You guys wouldn't have been proud of me. It wasn't one of my proudest moments as a man. I'm walking around the backyard, and I see this big gray thing just standing at the door. And I believe I can share with you guys. Oh my God, look at what Wife School Podcast put. Really? You wouldn't have been proud of me because I kind of yelped. But I yelped like a man. I said, "Oh, snap!" In my mind, I screamed. I screamed in my mind, but the pride of man and the ego of man wouldn't let it come out like that in the streets. Because again, I told you I'm from the streets. I'm a thug. I keep telling you people that, but y'all don't want to believe me. From the streets, I'm a thug. Look at what Ant wrote. You guys are really funny. No, brother, I'm not doing that. Nah, dogs. Make gloves and hat. Nah, that's not happening, Big Ant. I mean, you're welcome to them if you want them. You can come through and come bag them up. I'm not going to do it. But the man in me would not let me yelp like a. So, I had to say, yo, it sounded cool, but in my heart, I know what I meant. It didn't come out that way. But I seen my man, he ran off. So I'm like, nah, dogs, I'm going to catch him. He ran to my back deck, right, which he dives under. So I went and got the cage. I had the cage. It got to a point where I just forgot about the cage. He did what he did. I did what I did. As long as we didn't cross paths, I was good. But we crossed paths. He started getting used to just walking out. Now, there's times my alarm, you guys know how sensitive my alarm is. You hear it while I'm speaking to you. Something moving in the backyard. It could be wind, a bee, a fly goes off. This dude would go off and he'll just look at the camera. And he eat my wife's vegetables, and he'll just be looking at the camera. He'll come up on the deck on his 2 back legs and hold it with those damn. You see them fingers? He'll hold the fingers and he'll eat it. He'll just eat, whatever he eats. So, I didn't think I was gonna catch him so quick, to tell you the truth, because when I put it down, I sat on the deck ever so still, hoping that I would catch him. I saw him poke his nose out, and he looked at me. Right, and he just went back under the deck. Big Ant said, "That's how got so fat and furry, perfect for a coat." Yeah. So, he looked at me. I looked at him, but I'm trying to stand still like I'm part of the scenery. Them dudes ain't stupid. Them dudes. These guys right here, man, they're smart. He smelled me, so he would just play around over by the far side of the deck. So I was like, you know what? I got impatient. I went back upstairs. This is probably around 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe something like that. My times might be off a little bit, but anyway, I look in the. No, they're not friendly. I don't care what YouTube say. YouTube are the same dudes telling you to it's the woman's fault. Don't believe YouTube, bro. Don't believe YouTube. Sweat bread. Yeah, so I look at the camera, look at my man. He's caught up. He's in the damn cage. And I don't think when I originally came down, he was worried about getting out because he had so many pieces of carrot. So he's eating. But when he saw me, he started chattering. I don't know if you can hear this. That's what he started doing. Ant says, gonna sit out deck with you and pour on out for. Yeah, Vaughn, you absolutely right. Today's sponsor it's the black woman's fault. The black woman's fault that we got this groundhog in the backyard. It's her fault. Because of her disobedience, we got groundhogs in the backyard and they tripping. They're not listening. Okay? They're not listening. Because if the black woman would have listened and if she would be in order, the groundhog wouldn't be doing what he's doing in my backyard. He would be listening. So, yeah. Wife school said, Vaughn, you fired. Oh, man. So, okay, guys. So, my man, let's give him a name. What do you think? Throw some names in there. What do you think we should name him? What do you think we should name him? We got a few animals with names, right? We have Fred, Cecil, George, and Frank. Was his name Frank? Was he Frank? Fred is my chipmunk. Cecil is my fox. George, I believe, was the hummingbird. Was Frank damn groundhog? Was that his name? Frank? Wow, that's wrong. Sweatbread. He said, let's call him Fat Joe. Okay. How many people agree to call him Fat Joe? Press 1 if that should be his name, Fat Joe. And said, call him Phil or Ebenezer. Those are old people names. Those old people names. Vaughn says, see if he sees his shadow. Oh my God. I'm doing all that, dog. See if he sees his shadow. Wife school says call him Big Bolo. Nah. He ain't cute as I thought he was. Look at him. See his pads so that he can walk in and not be heard. But you see them nails, man? Them nails is no joke, bro. Nah, I'm not playing with him. No, I'm not playing with him. When they said call him Nebuchadnezzar. So it's between Fat Joe and Nebuchadnezzar. Okay. What name sticks? Fat Joe. Nebuchadnezzar does look like it. It does look like his name should be Nebuchadnezzar, though. For real. Yeah, it does. Let's call him Nebuchadnezzar. Big Papa. You've been listening to some Biggie today, Wife School. I see you in that Biggie state of mind, that Brooklyn state of mind. I'm not angry at you. I'm far from angry. I promise you ain't. But his people is probably out there right now dealing with him like your dogs. You messed up, baby. I told you not to play with these people. They prophesied to him today, like, dude, something's going to happen. I don't know what, but so we're going to take my son's car tomorrow. We ain't taking mine. He doesn't know it yet unless he hears me speaking. But we taking his car tomorrow to go dump this dude someplace. I don't know where we're going to dump him. But, yeah, we're going to take him tomorrow morning. I don't want to play with this guy because he smells. He in the cage, he was making doo-doo in the cage. I guess, when you get scared, you doo-doo. I guess that's a thing. When you get scared, you doo-doo on yourself. And that's what it is. White school said, I like Fat Joe. You in a New York state of mind now. Bronx. Yeah. So we're going to call him Nebuchadnezzar, a.k.a. Fat Joe. There you go. Nebuchadnezzar, a.k.a. Fat Joe. And whose fault is it? The black woman's fault. It's the woman's fault. The hell with just the black woman. It's all women's fault. That this damn groundhog is running around acting like he's something that we shouldn't call him. Just call him Neb. Neb, a.k.a. Fat Joe, a.k.a. Ebenezer, a.k.a. Phil, a.k.a. Big Papa. Damn. Damn. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, I know. See, he said it sounds like a mafia name. Yeah. Well, he's gonna get dealt with tomorrow. Hopefully, we don't see his. Can I say black behind? Because he ain't really black, right? He's more like silvery. Yeah, he's more silverish, like a brown silver. AKA Big Rat. Yeah, AKA Big Time. Right? So, yeah. So that's what your man Bolo's been doing for the last few hours. I like that. AKA Black Hands. Word. Wife school, you got it. You got it. You got it, wife school. There you go. Black Hands. Word. That's it. Yeah. All those names boil down. Black Hands. Miss University says, we love you in Christ, Bolo. We love you too, Miss University. It still ain't going to save Black Hands. Black Hands is getting dealt with. And whose fault is it, Vaughn? Vaughn, whose fault is it that I had to deal with this groundhog? Huh? Whose fault is it? He said, yeah, that does sound like a Bat villain. Does sound like a Batman, right? I bet he was tearing up your yard. What? What? He was killing my neighbor's garden, brother. This dude was, but he said, let's blame the Democrats. That's right. Sweatbread, it's the black woman's fault. Black woman's fault that this groundhog, aka Black Hands, was in the backyard. Look at him in jail now. Black Hands. It got to a point where he was turning on his stomach trying to bite the cage. I hope he ain't getting out. Yo, their teeth. This dude is no joke. When you hear this dude, he was grabbing the cage with his teeth. And you know these dudes, when they sleep, the one thing I learned about groundhogs when I first came encountered with Black Hands, that they're like rats. They gnaw their teeth because their teeth continuously grow through their whole life. It just grows. But their teeth are strong, man. You hear this dude, he's like biting at the cage, and he's flipping all around trying to go at different portions of the cage, right? He's going at the front of the cage, the back of the cage, side of the cage. Would y'all guys like to see another picture of him? I got other pictures of him. Would you like to see another picture? If you would, press 1. If not, we can move on. If you want to see more pictures of him, press 1. It's my man, aka Black Hands. Nebuchadnezzar, aka Black Hands. If you want to see another picture of Nebuchadnezzar, all right. Y'all think I don't got some? I got some. I took a few of them for him. It's my man right here, son. Me and him go way back. This dude actually tried to. I couldn't. Oh man, you dudes are gonna be. I already got that picture. I already showed you that picture. I want to see if I can send this video. Hopefully, it's not too long, and it will allow me. Okay, let me. It's my man, son. Black Hands. Black Hands and I have been going back and forth for a minute. We have. I don't know what 3 means, Sweat Bread. I do not know what 3 means. Okay, we got this. Hold on. Okay. So I sent myself 2 more video or 2 more pictures. I'm gonna see if I can send the video. I want you guys to see the video of how he was eating when let me do it this way. It's only 10 seconds. So I don't see why it shouldn't let me send it. It's only 10 seconds, but you know, internet's very finicky. Where is my Gmail? There we go. Where is it? It's saying the file that I'm trying to send exceeds the limit. It's 10 seconds. I thought it was supposed to be 15 seconds. It's supposed to be 15 seconds. It's only 10 seconds long. I think I sent it. I don't know if I did. Yeah, come on, man, VB. What up, baby?
What's going on, man?
Chilling, brother.
You over there catching monsters, huh?
Bugs. It took me 2 years to catch this dude. 2 years.
Wow, man. That's crazy, man.
Yeah,
You know, my
finally
mother,
got
she
him.
has
Yeah.
gophers, you know. Gophers are probably a little bit smaller than this thing right here, but they cause a lot of havoc, man. I'm glad you caught it.
Because of, yeah, you know what's so crazy? Don't pictures make things look really bad? He doesn't really look this bad, man, but because of a picture.
Man, it's ugly. It's ugly, man. I just listen.
Yeah.
I don't do. Yeah, I don't do well with critters, man, at all.
My man said it's ugly. Let me see if I can get there. You go. Let me see if I just sent myself some other.
Wow.
You don't do what? What don't you do?
Man, listen. Me and critters, we
What
don't
don't
get
you
along.
do?
I think we have a delay. Maybe I better come back.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, I will come back.
No, that's me. Don't. No, hold on. That's Vaughn, did you leave?
No, I'm still here, brother. I don't know. Do we still have a delay? Doesn't seem like it though.
Okay. Well, listen.
I think it's better now, right?
Yeah. My computer. I got the new computer. I'm gonna put everything together tomorrow. So we'll figure it all out tomorrow. So
Yeah.
yeah. So today I'm dealing with the old. But anyway, yeah, that's my man right there, son. That's Black Hands.
Wow, man.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Listen,
I don't know why y'all hating on Black.
yeah, I can't do the critters, man. I just that's why I
I
live
can't
deep
do
in
it.
the city. I live deep in the city. I,
Yeah, I can't do them. I don't want it. Look at my man, son. Just
wow,
trying. He's just trying to figure it out, son. He's just trying to figure it out. You
wow.
know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's a big dude though. That dude, he's probably as big as a cat and
Man.
thicker than a cat. Yeah, thicker than
And
a cat. And I'm
he's got the black hands too, right? Wow.
feet. Look at his feet. He got the black feet too. We could call them black feet too.
Yeah.
Blackfoots. We
Blackfoot.
could call,
I call him Blackfoot. Right.
yeah. His nails is no joke, bro. Them dudes chose it as big as a cat. Yeah, man. This dude is bigger than like his back. Like he's the size of a cat, but his back, he got a big back, man. You know, he got a big back.
You
He
know,
can do it.
you know what? He almost looks like a porcupine a little bit.
Yeah, like his fur is that thick because you know these dudes. Like there's times that I've scared him, and I'm man enough to say that he scared me, and he would just dive under the deck, and he created like a little hole. So now that we got him, we can fill up the hole. But like their bodies is like all that fat, he's able to compress himself. Like that dude will dive under the damn thing. In his back, I know he got to hit his head, but
He's like a raccoon. I mean,
yeah, but a raccoon would have attacked me. Raccoons don't play. This dude here, he's more afraid of you than you are of him, because they don't like hot sauce. You know, the only time they'll deal with hot sauce is if you attack him. Like he's in the cage, he's not trying to bother. You know, I'm sitting there next to him, looking at him. He stink, but you know, like he smells like underground dirt, like underground. That's what my wife said. He smells like underground, right? And plus, he took a dump. That's why I'm saying, you know, I guess when you go into jail, you doo-doo on yourself, you know, or get caught. Oh, Joseph said, "That's it. That's his name, Big Back, aka Baby Cat Got Back." Say that 4 times. Raccoons don't play. Big back. Wife school said big back. Yeah, Money's back is big, bro. This dude ain't playing. He's terrorized us for a minute, man. Terrorized us. Well, we finally got him. So the 2-year terror. It's over. So what is going on, my friend? How are you feeling, Mr. VB?
hey, I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good, man. I was looking forward to the show tonight.
Yeah, baby.
Hey, listen, I don't have any complaints. None at all.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
God
mean,
is
listen,
good, man.
if you had, you know, if you had some complaints, I would listen.
Yeah.
You know, I blame you for taking a few hours of our life today.
Oh,
You know,
man.
I
I
blame you
know
for that.
that whole debate was terrible, wasn't it? Man, I left that show a lot dumber, you know.
I blame you.
I didn't gain any knowledge or wisdom from that experience at all. Yeah.
While they were debating, I was fighting, clashing, fight fights with Black Hands, aka Big Back. You know, so, and I didn't think I was gonna catch him with carrots and celery, because when you look
good.
when you look at what these dudes be eating, they don't eat regular foods, man. These dudes they eat like special food, like high-end fruits.
Mm.
You know, they eat high.
You know, that's probably why he was hanging out around that garden, right?
Right.
He wanted some fresh produce.
I guess he figured after we stopped planting for a little bit, he was like, you know, this is what I was trying to feed him, son. Let me show you this picture. This is what I was trying to feed him. And stupid me, I did it in a plate, even though I guess this person must have raised this damn groundhog. You know, they must have raised him. You know, me, I didn't raise him. He's from the streets, and there can only be one person from the streets in the house. That's me. So this is what I fed him. It's right here. I was feeding them mangoes, strawberries, and stuff like that. But they you know, they do eat carrots. Look at this. You know, they eat garden fruits, vegetables such as apples, berries, corn, carrots, lettuce, peas, ground grains, leaves, bark. God damn, fruit from trees, shrubs. All right, okay. Well, we got him.
And you know what? He looks like he can throw some hands too, man. Like if you back him up in the corner.
Yeah,
look like he got hands, man.
He got fingers, bro. He can bend his finger. When he would eat the carrots, man, he had the carrots in his hand. Like you see how raccoons eat, like on their back feet, and they'll hold the food. Like I've seen it on TV. You should see how he was cleaning his fur. My man was taking his hands and massaging the fur like you would massage your hair, brother.
Man.
He move his fingers.
But
man.
What's funny though is I could just see you hollering like that though, because I know I would have. But I would have actually, listen, Bolo, I would have actually cussed though. You know, when stuff catches me off guard like that, you know, I'm gonna either throw a F-bomb or a S-bomb.
Oh my man! I told you, look what
man. Listen.
I didn't give him no blue cheese, but
man.
Scared me because we were power washing the house for a little bit, and I went in the back, and it just popped out at me. And in my head, I wanted to scream, but again, I'm too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all know, but I'm really cool. I'm a cool dude in the streets. I told you I'm a thug. I'm from the streets. Y'all don't know that, but now y'all know. I couldn't scream. My body wouldn't allow me to scream. It's called a cool thug mechanism.
Yeah, I wouldn't have screamed, but I definitely would have cussed. You know, because I know me, I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? I would have said, "Oh, you know."
Well, coolness, me. I said it in my head, man. I don't want you to think that I didn't cuss. I said it in my head, but the thugness in me made it come out like, "Yo."
Oh yeah, like a surprise, yeah.
I'm like, yo, but in my mind, I'm like, God, yo, what the hell is this? So he ran to the other side of the deck and just looked at me. And I'm more afraid of him. You know, he said, he said, gotcha, Edward. Word. What he popped up is a gotcha, Edward. Absolutely. So, yeah, he in the backyard covered with a sheet. Because tomorrow, we going to deal with him.
Now, what you going to do? What you going to do if you go out there tomorrow and you take that sheet off and he's gone? He done ate through the wire.
We going to have a problem. Because I know he's going to be pissed off at me. See me, I'm chilling right now. So I know I'm going to have, let's not even say I'm going to have a problem tomorrow. But, you know, hopefully the cage, the cage is a little bit thinner, like the gauge of wiring that they use to put them in.
Oh, so it's pretty thick then. It's pretty thick,
like
right?
A little bit thinner than a pen. Like you ever see a pen? A little bit thinner than a pen.
Oh, but that's pretty sturdy though, right?
Well, hopefully, because you know what he's gonna do. He's gonna go at the corners, you know, like where they soldered it. So hopefully, you know, the solder stays.
But listen, You better hope that he don't take them black hands and reach outside the gate and unlock it.
No. See, the type of gate that it is, it's pressure. It's a pressure cage. So what
Oh, okay.
happens is when he pushes down, the back door slams, and then there's a mechanism that holds it from going all the way up. But he was getting so pissed off and trying to push his nose under that I started, I thought, so I put a big rock and a stick to hold it. So that's not moving. So if he's gonna get out, it's gonna be a different way. It's not gonna be that way.
Joseph says he's reminding me of that scene in Martin where they had
to fight.
Oh man, that's hilarious. I laughed so hard at that, man.
That was a good one.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what we're gonna be doing, man. So tomorrow morning I'm gonna take him for a walk in my son's car. He's not going in mine. I promise you guys. My son's gonna have to deal with it, and I can hear my son.
Okay, so where you gonna take him? Where you gonna take him?
I'm gonna probably drive up to the nearest.
Wait a minute, I can't hear you now.
I'm probably gonna drive like 4 or 5 miles to drop his black ass off someplace. Just let him go.
But now wait a minute. You said he could smell his way back, so you better go. How far you plan on dropping him off?
I'm going. They say 3 to 5, so I'm gonna try and go to the tail end of 5 to let him go, because they're saying that these dudes are no joke when it comes to coming home.
And let me tell you, I would take him like about 2 cities over. I would spend the gas money. I want to make sure you don't get back over here.
Yeah.
And you say he has family, right? He's got family members.
I don't know. I would say he's 2 years. Maybe he's one of them black dudes, that's complaining about women and just decided to be single. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe
he's one of them passport bros, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna what's the name of him tomorrow? I'm gonna gas the under the deck tomorrow. So and see what that does, so hopefully whatever else is out there or under the deck will come out. So I'm gonna gas him tomorrow. So
wow, man, I don't even know if I would even go in my backyard ever again.
Well, like before, they're not like raccoons or anything like that. This guy was more afraid of me than I am of it.
Yeah, I'm used to raccoons,
Yeah,
and I'm used to raccoons, and I'm used to coyotes and different things like that. But those vermin that look like rats and all of that stuff like that, man,
brother,
I don't do well with it, man. I don't do well with them at all.
I don't do well neither. But I was looking at my wife and I was like, man, go put that stick over there. She was like, nah. So I had no choice. I had to do it. I don't like vermin, bro. You know what I'm saying? Cats I can deal with, bears I can deal with. I can do all of that stuff. When it comes to like rats, spiders, I don't like them.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I don't like anything crawling and flying. I
could deal like a bat or something, but then in the driveway, I went to go get the garbage, and it looked like a dead snake. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Definitely, I don't do snakes, man.
There's no snake.
Yeah, I'm done. I can't do snakes at all, period.
Ed says he's going to go under the groundhog's version of a TSA and get on the underground system back to you. Hopefully this is the last time we see each other. Hopefully. Because the next time we see each other, he ain't getting out alive. Okay?
So what about the authorities? Can't they come pick him up? Or don't they have like what do they call the people that come pick up the animals? And
you know what these dudes had the nerve to tell me? I called them. I said, the wildlife. I said, yo, guys, I got a groundhog back. I said, I caught him. He said, oh, you caught him? I said, yeah. All right, you have to let him go. What? He said, yeah, you have to take him someplace and let him go.
Wow.
So, they got my number now, so I can't do nothing to him. So he kind of has insurance, right? Because they're gonna probably say, where'd you let him go or anything like that, man. You know.
You should let him go right in front of their house too.
Yeah. You know, these dudes probably live, you know, in a different state, whatever. But anyway, he got a pass. If he comes back, he's dying. There ain't gonna be no cage used this time.
Yeah.
You know, I messed up when I used the cage, because once you use the cage, you have to let him go. And that's kind of the rule. You gotta let him go. That's the rule. Next time I'm not using the cage. I'm gonna go right over there and get one of those air pellet guns, and that's what I'm gonna use. So hopefully Black is here.
But are you a good shot though? You know, is your aim good?
Listen, we'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I will figure it out. You know, so yeah.
Man.
So that was my evening, man. That was
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
You know, and then you know you made me waste time.
At least 2 hours, right? Of good life. Oh man.
Off and on with that. It was off and on.
But you know, these brothers, they're trying to figure out how to properly do a debate. I get it. You know, maybe they just need to do a little more research and see how they actually go about a debate.
It's a beautiful
because that clock that they had up there, that clock, was man, it was giving me the flux. I'm like, well, okay, so what's the purpose of the clock? You're not using it.
It's to look good. You know what I'm saying? It's to look
like the clock is on 1 hour and 30 minutes, then it's on 29 seconds. And I'm like, man, I'm confused now.
Absolutely. So Big Vaughn, what's the deal? Today, you know, I wanted to talk about my man.
Wait, say that again. I missed it.
I wanted to talk about my man, Duplantis, even though we talked about him last week. But the only reason why I wanted to talk, you know, the Jesse Duplantis.
Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about, brother. That's why I'm laughing.
Yeah. The only reason why I wanted to talk about him is, you know, I wanted to talk about false prophets because, you know, we're getting closer to, you know, Christ coming back. So
yeah.
You know,
well, Brother Bolo, you know, I you know, as a young kid, you know, Jesse Duplantis has been on the air for quite a long time. You know what I'm saying? When I was a young man, you know, it was on the, you know, had his own show and everything. You know, back in the day where they had Ron Parsley, and you may know a lot of those names. You know what I'm saying?
I'll give you a prime example.
What was the white lady with the white lady with the blonde hair? I forget her name. But yeah, they were all in that.
You're talking about yeah, she had a husband.
Yeah, she had a what was her name?
Tammy Faye Baker?
No. It was another white lady with blonde hair.
So are you talking about?
Go ahead.
Are you talking about? Was her husband a televangelist too?
No, pretty much I would see her the majority of the time, like on PTL.
Oh, you talking about? I know what you're talking about. You talking about the chick? You're talking about the woman with the short hair, right? She has short hair.
No, her hair was kind of long, but it wasn't that long. Gosh, she did something where it was really offensive, and she was talking about Africa, and you know, and she was speaking in tongues, and this was a while back. But man, I can't think of her name. You know, but a lot of them, you know, were on, you know, when I was a young kid, you know, watching Christian TV, as they call it.
Is she on now? Still?
I don't know if she's on now, man, and I can't believe that I can't remember her name. But
it happens when you get old.
She might be gone from this world.
No, she's not that old. No.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get old, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
when you want to remember something, it just leaves.
It's just gone. And the more you try to remember it, the further it goes.
As soon as the conversation or whatever you were talking about is gone, that's when it comes back to you. It's the devil, man. He got nothing else to do, bro. Nothing else to do. As soon as we start talking about Batman, that's when it's going to come to you. You're going to be like, oh, her. It's like, brother, the time is gone.
Paula White. That's it. See?
Yeah,
red.
Paula
White.
Garbage. So.
Oh, yeah. Come on, man. You know them people back then, Brother Ed.
Yeah, I remember. She was real young then.
Ron Parsley. There's so many of them. You know, Shambach. I used to watch Shambach growing up, you know.
Yeah, Joyce Myers was one.
Joyce Myers. I mean, these are what was
came
the
at
other,
the tail end of it all.
What was the other lady's name with the red hair? Man, gosh. Can't think of her name. But she has red hair, kind of.
You showing your age, my G.
I know I'm showing my age. Catherine Kuhlman. Come on now. Now we're going way back.
Yeah, see? That was before me, Catherine Kuhlman. I don't know that. She sounded like a basketball player.
Yeah. No, yeah, man.
Yeah, Reverend Ike was my man, son. That was my man, son. Till they kicked him out. Reverend Ike was smooth, son. You couldn't say nothing about it. Yeah, Reverend Ike was so smooth, you knew he was talking nonsense, but because of how smooth he is, you just gotta let him go. You gotta let him go.
No.
What happened, Ant?
I was like, no. I couldn't listen to Reverend Ike. Now they used to have, I forgot what the guy's name. He used to come on like late at night. And he's like an old dude that like sat at this table.
Peter Popoff.
No, not Peter Popoff.
That's a name right there that should make you think a little bit.
Yeah, not him, but it was another guy. Almost like a country sounding guy. I forgot what his name was, but he used to come on like 2 in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning. He'd be on till like the sun come up. Wow. Seriously, I can't remember what the guy's name is, but I mean, I swear he used to be on like every station on my side of the world. It's like, golly, who is this dude? And I mean, you talking about somebody that talked nonsense.
Yeah,
he talked a bunch of nonsense. I swear he went on that show and he was high. I kid you not. I kid you not. He was high as a kite. He had to be, man, because some of the stuff he was saying was just, didn't make no sense, man.
He wasn't talking about
something. Huh?
He wasn't from this earth, baby.
But the thing that cracked me up about Jesse Duplantis is his facial expressions. You know, when he would speak, man, his facial expressions. That's what had me in tears every time. You know, and then if you close your eyes and just listen, he almost sounds black. He almost sounds like a black man.
Yeah, he does.
Charismatic. He's one of the charismatic.
Yeah, he's very charismatic. Yeah, he's very
charismatic movement.
Yeah.
They call it now a bunch of them are under that they call NAR, New Apostolic Reformation stuff. That's what they're about now. They're the charismatic side of the house of stuff.
Money's wife, when he said read that scripture. When he read that scripture, the wife was like, dogs. She probably caught a fresh one when he got home. Like, yo, why ain't you just stop reading the scripture? Like, you told me to read it. It was talking about you, brother. It was talking about you. And we joke a lot, and that's the good thing about the relationship that we have with one another as brothers and as sisters. We joke a lot, but did y'all guys hear, brain fart, did you guys hear that your man Biden is stepping down?
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear that song.
Saying that he's stepping down. Security boss sent me a text, and she was saying that, and then I looked it up, and they're saying that he's supposed to be stepping down this weekend, effective this weekend, and he's not.
I think it went effective today.
Is it? And he's not endorsing Kamala Harris.
Wait, so
no,
Wait, so how legit is this source? Because
No, it's pretty legit.
CNN, brother. CNN. How legit is CNN?
What?
Well, that's something else. I mean, you ask. I would say CNN is like legit, but yeah.
What society CNN is legit? You
yes,
know what
I know. I'm just messing.
Yeah, they're saying that Duke. B, that you know what seared it, man? That Thursday debate that he had with Trump. That
Actually,
dude was.
no, I would disagree.
What would you say seared it?
What seared it?
Shot.
Trump
Yeah.
getting shot.
Yeah.
Trump getting shot.
Well, then okay.
When Trump got shot, and that the whole thing was over when Trump got shot, and he stood up with his fists.
Yeah,
he's bleeding from the side of his head. Oh yeah, that was it right there. Because
the
for the
debate was
first
the
time,
catalyst.
yeah, he didn't do well on the debate. That's true.
But he still had a
didn't do
chance.
well on the
He
debate.
wasn't going to quit over that.
Yeah, but people were talking about doing that. They would give him all the kind of outs during that time. They were like, well, he was suffering from jet lag. Oh, well, he was sick. Oh, now they came out not too long ago and they talked about he had gotten COVID and all. So they were trying to hype it up. But after that happened last Saturday, when that happened, and he got up and he's got blood on the side of his face and he's holding his fist and he talking about fight. Man, that's over. It was it. That was done. It was like Jordan dunking on.
Oh my!
It was like Jordan dunking on Karl Malone or something in the NBA Finals, like toward the end. I mean, that's put the game out of reach type of thing. I mean, it was just like it. So now the question is, the only thing there's going to be you have to find another candidate that they think.
You gotta find another candidate. So they're saying that they're gonna have an open. I forget the exact words that they use. They said they're gonna have an open, I guess, an open audition. I'm just saying open audition.
They already got their person picked.
I'm sure they already got the person picked.
Yeah,
but
but that's not many people. There's not many people. Nobody likes Kamala Harris. Nobody.
Right.
Yeah.
Her own party doesn't like Kamala Harris. The reason why she got on the ticket with Biden was to have a person of color. Nobody. No one likes, or put it like this, they want, I think the person they want to have in there is Gavin Newsom. I believe that's the person they want to have.
The person I think of. Yeah.
So wait a minute. Let me unpack this for a second.
Go for it. Go ahead.
Okay. So if he actually steps down, why didn't the vice president take his place? How does that work?
No, he's going to continue being president until his term is over. He's stepping down as the nominee for rerunning.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I get it now. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not stepping down from being president. He's just stepping down
being president, from being the nominee.
He's not running again.
Okay. So in that case, what do they do in that case?
They're going to, like Ant said, they already have somebody picked. They're not leaving it up to anything arbitrarily that's going to happen. But what they're saying is, for the DNC, the Democratic National Convention, they're going to hold it open, and the different people that want to put their hat in, they're going to put it in there.
Yeah.
But they already got their dude picked. We already know that. They don't leave nothing.
You only have a handful of people. So,
correct.
Like I said, right now, whoever they bring, they're either going to do one or two things. They're either going to concede the election and just throw somebody up there, which in that case they might just let Kamala Harris run. It's a possibility on that. However, nobody likes Kamala Harris. Like nobody.
Which is the reason why I believe they would pick her, because they don't want her and they know they're going to lose with whoever they pick. And why would they want to waste someone like a Gavin Newsom, who actually may have a shot in the next election?
You're true.
Wasting that petition on this one. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't put him up there.
Well, but here's the kicker. Here's the monkey wrench in that line of thought, and that's why I brought up Gavin Newsom. But the problem is that Gavin Newsom's record. Gavin Newsom is a villain. I mean, he just is. His record for California is so horrible that it precedes him by far, right? I mean, it precedes him. So I think they want Gavin Newsom to be the guy maybe next time to.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
For the next one, I think I think they're going to try to do their best to try to clean up Gavin Newsom's quote unquote image.
Yeah.
And so I think he's going to kind of clean up California a little bit, and they're going to do some things to. Well, that's the thing, right? They're Vaughn lives there, he knows, but their legislature and their executive branches of government, from the governor's office on down, is so horrible, so corrupt. It's not even funny. So they're going to have to, if they want him to run, they're going to have to do something that is very, 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 very image redo for him. I mean, they're going to have a lot of, as they used to take pictures, and they used to have retouches and photos and when they tell you come on back so we can do reshoots, that when you had your school pictures, that's what they're gonna have to do for him. I mean, his image is bad. He has done nothing. So go ahead.
Yeah. So now, did they give a reason as to why? I mean, it's probably obvious, but was there a reason for him stepping down? Did they give a reason for that? Or?
Well, no, they've been pushing. So you had people pushing for him to step down.
Yeah, well, he probably needs to go sit down. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's not there. But the thing is, what's happening. So here's what I think happened, and this is you won't find this in the media, but I'm just putting two and two together, and everything else. Everything that they tried to get him to sit down at the end of the debate. They wanted him down. For all intents and purposes, what everybody is saying is that actually Jill Biden is being president de facto, and she's basically doing what those like Obama and company are kind of telling her what to do, type of thing. In their name, she's doing. That's why you saw. So, for example, when you looked at the first part of the presidency. There were a lot of things that went through real fast, and then there was this big lull. Okay. And at that time, you could tell that Joe Biden wasn't really there, but he was there. Right. He did more after he was elected president. He did more man of the street. I'm out and about, and all this other stuff. But then stuff started happening. I fall over on my bike. I'm going up the stairs. I'm falling down, doing all of this other stuff. And then to the point where they basically caught him. He's over in France pooping on himself. There was another area where he pooped on himself and everything else. And that's only so much you can hide, right? And that debate was like the last straw. So probably about a year and a half, she's probably been running the country, doing president type stuff. It's not the first time that this has happened. You can go back in history, and the same thing happened with Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson suffered a sickness and got really impacted. His wife, it was kind of like the de facto president. She was doing a lot of things in his name. Eleanor Roosevelt, same thing happened with Eleanor Roosevelt and Franklin D. Roosevelt, right? When he got later on in his third term before he passed away, and everything else, she was really and truly, she was like the president of the United States. She was doing all of these different things and would prop him up just enough so that when he finally passed, right, then of course, like the vice president took over at the time, right? So right here with him, everybody knows that his mind is gone. Even though the media was telling you, no, he's fine. There's nothing wrong with him. He's sharp as a tack. Everyone who, if you look with your own two eyes, you saw that something was wrong with Biden. So I don't think Biden's been running the country for 2 years. I think she had been taking her marching orders from Obama, who, as a former president, was not
work.
away. He's been
Yeah.
in Washington, D.C. this whole time of Biden's presidency. So a lot, if you notice, you just go back and look, you see him meeting with Biden would go meet with certain leaders. And then all of a sudden, like 2 weeks later, it wouldn't get a lot of play in the media either. But 2 weeks later, but if you looked at other world news, you would see it. Well, former President Obama met with such and such and such. Oh, former President Obama met with so and so and so. Former President Obama met with so and so and so. And if you didn't think about it and you didn't pay attention to it, it didn't really, they might have threw a blurb up with it, like on a CNN or MSNBC or even with Fox, right? And somebody would ask the question like, well, why is he still, meeting with world leaders and stuff like that, blah, 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 blah. Well, was if you put two and two together, he was actually kind of still running the show. That's why they got a lot of stuff, all of these crazy bills and all of these things and executive orders that were signed and everything else. Yeah, Biden signed them. They put a pen in his hand and said, go sign this, and had him sign his name, right? But I don't believe he actually knew 90% of the stuff that he was signing, right? The people that they put in certain areas, Secretary of State Mayorkas, Garland, who's in charge of the DOJ right now and everything else, they were not put there by Biden. They were put there by Obama's old cabinet. And that's why there's this hardcore. If you look at the prosecution, all this stuff, this one guy did a nice little write-up and a nice little chart and workout thing about how, like, the people that were doing, like, the whole thing with if no one knows, I'll tell you right now, the whole thing with Trump being prosecuted in New York, right?
Is the birth certificate stuff?
No, not the birth certificate stuff. The stuff that they were the case in New York City where they convicted him on like the 34 counts of all this stuff like that, right? Well, they had guys that were top lawyers from the DOJ and from the it was the DOJ and I forgot what the other one was that worked at this. Well, it was they were Chuck Schumer's brother, who has one of the biggest law firms in the country, right? 3 of his top lawyers and a few lawyers from the DOJ took leaves of absence to go be on the team with Alvin Bragg to bring all of the charges up against Trump. So you got all of this stuff going on, all of these things that nobody really looks into and nobody really pays attention to. But all of this all of these things that were done, political prosecutions that were done against your political opponent to disqualify them so people would turn away from them running. And the deal is, it was even with the way that they did destructure his guilt. It was nothing unanimous. It was just, matter of fact, it's going to get thrown out. Everybody who's worth their salt in law has already said that they're appealing this judgment, and it's going to get thrown out because that's not the way, this has been done. It was very screwy. There's no precedent for anything that happened and the way that they made this up, but they didn't care. They know it's going to get thrown out though. That's the thing. They know it's going to get thrown out, but the deal is, you got him at this point in time tagged with felonies. So the whole deal was to dirty the water so that no one votes for him, right? So how are you going to vote for a person that's been convicted 34 times as a felon? Yeah. Well, that didn't make
you if you vote for him.
Yeah, yeah. See, exactly.
But it doesn't seem like it's stopping anything though.
It didn't, because people saw that's the deal.
He's still able to campaign and run, and people are excited about him entering into the office. And
yes,
I'm like,
the reason why
really going on,
but the reason why that's the case is because of everything else. It's not really even about Trump. is that everyone knows this is not conjecture. This is just what it is. Everybody knows that the economy and everything, because here's the deal: when a push comes to shove, people are going to vote in their own best interest. That's what they're going to do. Everyone knows that the economy under Trump was awesome. Everyone knows this. This is not being funny. Everybody benefited. Everybody benefited in the economy under Trump's administration, except for, and this was the key part behind it all, except for the globalists, those who wanted, those who were pushing for the big one world government, those who were pushing for the one world, type of we're all together, we're all one humanity, we're all doing this and this and this. That's why they had thrown all their eggs into the Hillary basket. And that's why when Trump got in, was one of the reasons why they wanted him out so bad. And they kept ginning up all of these things. And here's the impeachments and everything else, because Trump knew how to make money. He knew what causes people to make money. He knew how people could be successful. And the way to do that is you shrink government, right? Decrease taxes, let people keep more of their own stuff and everything else. And then you open up the market for more opportunity locally. And then those who want to compete in the market globally, well, that's where tariffs come in. So no, you don't get to come in and flood our economy with all of your cheap made stuff. We're gonna basically, it's like when he would talk about the America First thing, it was like America First was basically everything gets dealt with in America first and foremost, and then we spread out. The globalists want everything to spread out and then take care of America after that. And that's kind of, so it was basically what you really had was free market versus socialism on a big stage is what you really had. And so when people started, for the longest time, they used to tell us that, well, we didn't have any oil. We have to get our oil from the Middle East.
I didn't even know that we had any oil.
We could, yeah. Most people didn't know
that until I was like, what? I was like, how can you do that? I was like, I've never heard it. And it was like, what do we get? And then that's when the gas prices just spilled out $1, $1.50. I was like, what?
Yes.
I said, he wasn't joking. I didn't
know
that.
He wasn't, because
I was 30-something years old. I'm like, how did I not know that?
Because that's the kind of stuff that they've been pushing that since, but that has to do a lot with the oil reserves that's in the Middle East, having control of that with having the petrodollar, what's called the petrodollar, which is what happened was they made a deal with the Saudis, because when they took us off the gold standard, our money wasn't worth anything when you're off the gold standard. So what they did was made it based off the oil. So they made a deal with Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia said that you could only buy oil from us using the American dollar. So that's how America's economy continued to be strong. Okay. So during that time, if you remember, right before Trump, they jacked the prices up on gas. And Trump was like, well, why are we buying gas from them? Why are we buying oil from them? They should be a reserve to us, not the full, instead of us having us be a reserve. So what he did was he opened it up. So that's why you saw that big, huge rise in drilling in the Gulf, and you saw the Alaskan pipeline come through. And then there was the deal that was being made before it got cut from coming with the pipeline that was going to be coming out of Canada through the US and then into Mexico, which was going to keep all three countries energy independent.
Wow.
So, because you're not paying a lot for, you open up transportation, so you open up supply chain, and by default, the cost of goods and services goes down. And that's why we had no record inflation. I mean, that's why the cost of everything went to like pre-90s value, almost like early 1990 values is what it went to, because you reduce the amount of things, the tax codes the tax codes changed to a bit where they were taking less taxes out, not just for companies, but for people in general. They reduced the taxes that were being collected. So now the cost for you to have your, to buy a home, now the cost for you to buy vehicles, now the cost for you to buy just basic goods and services, were all pretty much almost halved, right? Yeah. So if you remember, you could pretty much go and buy your house. Average house prices were in the, anywhere from, like from where I'm at right now, it was anywhere from like, 125 grand to as much as like, 300, right? Well, now that today, the house that used to cost 125 grand is now costing like, 400, right? But you look at it, but that's the cost of inflation. So you stop production because everybody fails to understand that the government doesn't make anything. The government only takes. So the government doesn't make anything, so they can't create a quote unquote means of production, income, or anything else. That's for private businesses to do. So when private business are able to exceed, then the government by default, based on as much as they collect more but the minute you start raising taxes, well, we got to protect our bottom line and everything else. You de-incentivize entrepreneurship, you de-incentivize small business and everything else. And that's why you had a lot of places, like even with the whole thing with COVID, when those businesses shut down, they didn't come back because it was too expensive to come back. The cost of housing went to. Right now, you have more Gen Z right now going for, one of the reasons why they're voting for Trump is because there's a lot of Gen Z folks right now that can't even buy a house. They're young, trying to start families and everything else, and they're young. They can't even buy a house right now. They don't have the money to buy a house because to buy a house now, you have to make, your income didn't change, but the value of the houses in the housing market changed. So you can't afford it. So all of these things are now paying into it. And like I said, if Biden's economy wasn't sucked and everything else, and it wasn't garbage, then it would be probably it would have been still a real close race, because people would be like, well, he's doing all of this and he's doing all of that. And look at the economy, and the economy is great. And this and this and this and this, but it's not. Everybody, and here's the deal, everybody's suffering. And now you're saying then you turned around, and again, a lot of this stuff, like I said, I'm telling you right now, there's no way Biden is in charge with a lot of this stuff, because everything that got pushed through into executive orders, into bills that were being signed, budgets that were being, all this kind of stuff that was done was so extreme. We gave so many, from the first thing, like the withdrawal from Afghanistan, where they just said, suck it, we're leaving, and left everything. All of the weapons, all of the vehicles, all of everything, they left it all for the Taliban to take over, and they just left. They literally bugged out. And so now a lot of that stuff is actually being used with Syria and company, and even parts of Iran, to wage war down in the Middle East. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's like, so that's going on. So that's we've already given Ukraine. I think it's up to it's billions. Yeah, I think it's like close to like about, it's like, I want to say it's like $40-50 billion we've given to Ukraine. But yet and still, Los Angeles is a cesspool. You've opened up the borders and flooded the borders.
A cesspool of everything.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But they opened up the borders. So now all of that's been flooded in with illegals. But here's the kicker. As much as they showed illegals on, and like I did a show about this some months back. But as much as they want to show you the illegals crossing, and this, they show you the little bitty baby kid, the parents are holding them, and they're holding them up in the water, and they got the wet pamper and everything else. Well, for every one of those, there are 10 fully grown men crossing over, unvetted, right? Don't know who they are, don't know what they're about. Some of them are carrying kids over, some of them are not. Then you got areas like the one area I showed on one of the videos that I showed, where there were certain areas. I believe this area was over in, I think it was either San Diego area or Arizona area, but where people are coming in, and that's where a lot of people from China are crossing over. Old, young, doesn't matter, crossing in, right? Not being vetted, not being known. And so what they're saying is a lot of these spots, they basically allowed in sleeper cells because you don't know, right? And so anytime you say something about stopping the border, well, you're being racist and you're being bigoted and everything else. Well, no, you got wide open borders. And the deal is, it's not just happening on the southern border. It's also happening on the northern border, because Canada is not keeping their end of the bargain either. It's just that there are more people coming up from the south than it is from the north. So both borders are technically open. So people don't feel right about this. And then you're taking resources that were meant for others and you're giving it to them. I can go into Chicago and shut down schools in Chicago, or you need to have schools open in Chicago. And you say, I don't have the money to open up these schools, but yet and still you will now refurbish old schools and have them to be apartments and put a bunch of illegal aliens in it. And the people in the neighborhood are going like, well, what the hell? I mean, you got money to put in illegal aliens and redo the schools and make it living areas and schools, but yet and still we can't have a school. And we've been begging for you to fix this school and open up these schools and everything. And so you have that. So now you got to revolt from those, from the Black community to the current Spanish community. You have quote unquote Jewish community is complaining. So you got all of these people pointing eyes, and it's like those statues that you see with the monkeys. One has his eyes covered, one has his mouth covered, one has his ears covered, right? See no evil, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. It's kind of like what the government was doing to the people, right? It's like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. We're doing good. We're fine, right? And it really reminds me of when he got down to the brass tacks of it. It really reminds me of, if anybody have not seen, have not read George Orwell's Animal Farm, or at least go watch the cartoon of Animal Farm, the old one. If you haven't seen it, this is what this reminds you of. And that's why when you hear people talk about the movie 1984 and everything else, and they're like, well, this is just like the book 1984 or the movie 1984, the things that are happening today. Yes, it is. It is, because people are getting gaslighted like there's nothing wrong, and yet and still there's tons wrong, right? But it's like you pointing out the emperor has no clothes, and yet and still they're telling you that the emperor is fully clothed. And don't you understand? Look how fine and regally he's dressed. And so this is what you have going on. And so, like I said, once that thing with Trump happened, there was no coming back from that for Biden. And they had been trying to get him to stop for a minute. And what the word is that Jill Biden was kind of handling Joe Biden's whole schedule and everything else, who got to see him, who didn't get to see him, all of these other things. And then Hunter Biden was actually running some of the day-to-day too. So they were kind of running in conjunction. Yes. So
kid, drug addict guy.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
But here's the kicker.
So I have a question. Go ahead and finish, but I have a question after you're done.
Okay. Yeah. Here's the kicker. They had been trying to push them to step down, but they didn't want to, from all intents and purposes of what everyone has been saying behind the scenes, They had been trying to get him to step down even before the debate, but they didn't want him to. They figured that if they showed him on TV as having an issue, then that they could basically shape the narrative and have him step down. So after the debate, they went to them and tried to say, we want you guys to step down and everything else. They still refused. Jill Biden loves the power that she's wielding right now, even though it's probably not what she thinks it is, but she likes to have that position of importance. And you got to remember that Joe Biden's presidency is shielding Hunter Biden. It's shielding him. It is shielding Hunter Biden from basically being under the prison right now. So that's why you saw prior to the debate, if you really paid attention, prior to that debate, you started seeing all of this stuff start coming out against Hunter Biden. All of a sudden, the laptop was real. Oh yeah, we got to do this. Oh yeah, we found him guilty now of this, and the third. But it was like some really low level I won't say low level. It was more of a high level misdemeanor, but no felony stuff yet, right? So they haven't gotten him for the gun. They haven't gotten him for releasing secrets. They haven't gotten him for the espionage stuff that he was doing with Ukraine prior to. None of that's made it to the table yet. And what I believe happened is that after the thing happened with Trump, because I think I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Everybody wanted to say, well, it's assassination thing, blah, 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 blah. We know what it was. It was a hit. They wanted Trump dead.
Yeah, exactly.
They figured that if they killed Trump off, then the path for Biden to go through and be reelected, because that was their strong. Just like, here's the deal. Everyone threw all of their eggs into the basket of Trump. They tried to get Trump through the courts. It didn't work. They tried to get Trump through public opinion. It didn't work. And now that was the last part. So now, now, you didn't galvanize everybody. People who weren't voting for Trump now is voting for Trump, because now everybody, you all you had to do is listen on the news, listen to social media and everything else. Trump is the G. Trump took that shot. Trump did this. Trump did that. And look how he go. Then you had the other side of the carrier where people are going like, well, God is protecting Trump. He's being divinely protected. And this and this and this and this and this. Oh, well, this is all of this stuff is going on. But the fact of the matter is, the bottom line behind it is, it's then galvanized the nation. It's not just, and so they know that is out. So what I believe happened was, after that went and happened, and then if you listen to that speech from the other day that he gave yesterday, day before, whatever it was, that RNC speech that he gave, that was kind of like the final nail in the coffin. It was going to be a landslide victory regardless. So now it becomes, well, let me put it like this. I believe what they told them is that, hey, y'all need to step down. If you don't step down, then we're going to release all of these things and we're going to come after Hunter Biden. If you step down now, then we won't. And I think that's why they're stepping down now.
Wow.
That's why I believe they're stepping down now. Now, the question is next, who's going to replace them? Like I said, there's things that go up in the air. They might just put Kamala Harris out there as a lame duck. That's a possibility. I don't think so. But again, it goes back to the point of, hey, if they do it, then they do it. But it goes back to the point of that lame duck, because they know that if she runs and loses really horrible to Trump, and that could be part of it too. They know if she really loses horribly to Trump, she'll never be able to run for president again. She's just gone. That would be her end result. So if she says, I'm not going to run, or I'm not going to be part of that ballot, that means they're going to have to go pick someone else. So The only other option, so your options now is you try to bring Robert F. Kennedy Jr. back from the folds of being an independent and try to embrace him and see if he'll run and throw all your support behind RFK Jr. If they decide to do that, then he is well liked. He is a liberal, but he's more moderate. The only problem is that he knows how they act too, so he might not be willing to do it. They might have already started pursuing him, but he would have to sign up, because the whole deal is they want that candidate in there to continue to push the global agenda that they were already doing. Right? He is on board with Ukraine. He was not on board with COVID stuff, and measures, but he is on board with sending aid to Ukraine. He is. So unless something magically changed behind all of that, that's one of the things that would help them continue on. He is on that. He's on that stance of the fence of helping Ukraine and all of this other stuff. So it's a possibility they might pursue him. The only other option is to pursue Bernie Sanders. If they pursue Bernie Sanders, then they have a chance of getting more of the black vote back from Trump, and then they have a chance to get all of the youngsters. So they might let Bernie finally get his one run at being a presidential nomination. It would still be considered lame duck, and Bernie Sanders is 1,000 years old, but hey, I mean, it's one way to do it, because everyone knows he got screwed. He should have been the nominee when Hillary was running, because Hillary did not beat Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
But Bernie Sanders, they got something on Bernie Sanders, or they told him something, or whatever the case may be, and Bernie Sanders winds up conceding. But it should have been Trump, Bernie Sanders, and it would have been a closer race with possibly Bernie Sanders. There was a possibility. It would have been kind of up in the air on Bernie Sanders winning or not winning. But again, Bernie Sanders is also with we give money to Ukraine, and he is all about. He's a communist. He says he's a socialist. He's a communist, and so he will be all about one world government and increasing the size of government and all this other stuff, right? So they could use him as that place. That could happen as well. Like I said, Gavin Newsom is a spot, but his everybody would just he would get filleted like a fish if he goes out there and try to run for president right now.
So how do they do that if in fact that they want to add someone else? Do they do the election all over again? Are they going to do the presidential debates all over again?
They'll come up with an emergency kind of like what they should have had, right? They'll come up with an emergency Democratic primary, and they'll put the top people they believe will have a chance up there and give the quote unquote illusion of who they are going to options for people to vote for. They're going to do that. I think the dark horse out of all of this right now. So just keep your head on the swivel and just get ready. But I think one of the things that they are trying to do big time, and I mean big time, is to get Michelle Obama to run. That's what they want. That's one they believe that if Michelle Obama wins, because everybody loves Michelle Obama, but if she runs, then they believe that they would get all of the black vote, a lot of the Mexican vote, definitely a lot of the liberal votes, and everything else. Then they could turn the tide away from Trump to someone they consider to be, because the majority, and even if they don't look at the policies, even if they don't look at a lot of different things that really happen, but the fact of the matter is there are a lot of people to this day that believe that the Obama presidency was one of the best presidencies. And under that guise, they will try to go to that well one more time just to say stuff like, well, this is the first husband and wife president, and he would get to be the first man while she becomes Madam President. So she'd be the first female president. And they'll throw all of these little DEI stuff, and they'll throw all of this stuff in here, and all of this, all of these tropes around all of this other stuff, if they can get her to run. So
she would be the best shot.
She's the best.
All the people that you name, other than Bernie Sanders, which I understand, he's basically he's Trump's opposite in terms of popularity, and he had the numbers. Dude had the crowds. I give him credit where credit's due. But the only other person beside him would have to be Michelle. But I don't see her doing it because I just don't. Yeah, she was well liked, but I just don't see that. I don't see her wanting herself to get involved on that scale.
She's already stated she doesn't want to do it. She's already said, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to be the candidate. I'm not. But again, that was 6 months ago. While in speculation, it was 6 months ago when people were started talking about the whole, well, is Biden's mental faculties all there? Well, what if they had to come up with a new person in the thing and Biden can't go? I mean, you might have heard them talking about the 25th Amendment and to be able to get rid of someone, president because of mental faculties and everything else. And they were like, well, we could do that. And then Kamala takes over, and then that won't cut into her term. Right. So she could actually, if she does a good enough job, she can then run again, and she can still have 2 terms. So basically she'll be doing 2.5 terms and all of this other stuff like that. Right. So there was talk about it then about her. She was like, nope, don't put my name in the hat. I'm not in this. I'm not doing that. I'm not part of that. I've seen what comes from that and everything else. I'm not going to be a president, this and this and this. But
that's an ambition as a Hillary Clinton. But she wanted to have that first lady, the first husband.
Yes.
He had it, but
I
don't see
and that's the deal.
At all.
They might even go back and dig up the corpse of Hillary Clinton and run her back out there again.
That's too far of a long shot. She's way
but
off.
Here's the deal.
How old is she?
1,000. She's about as old as Trump.
1,000 years old.
Yeah. But the problem behind it, but here's the problem behind it is that, again, no one really liked Hillary. Guys did not like Hillary. One of the reasons why she lost is because men did not like Hillary. She got she didn't even get a lot of the young people vote. That went to Bernie. The only people she got were basically older liberal, quote unquote, older liberal women is what she got. That's the bulk of who she got. A lot of people signed with Bernie. They did. And so, but now the whole thing is right now, people are weighing out. And that's why I'm saying they're either going to choose some lame duck to run, or they're going to try to, swing for the fences and try to get someone in there that is not known or is not, that they don't have a lot of dirt on, but comes out and says like all of the right things. Kind of like what happened with basically trying to go to the well and find another Obama. Is their only other choice, right? And I'm not saying Michelle, but I mean someone like him.
That was just like someone looking for a repeat of something that that was an event, and that's something that happens once every 100 or so years since Abraham, maybe Kennedy, and Kennedy. So, but they're looking for that. No, you can't manufacture that. That was a very organic thing that just happened.
Not really. It was manufactured. It was manufactured because you got to remember, Obama was a senator, right? No one knew who Obama was. Nobody. He didn't. His whole time in Congress, when he was in Congress, when he was in the Senate, his whole time, he voted on nothing. He would abstain from just pretty much everything that was going through, unless it was something unanimous.
That was smart.
Unless it was something unanimous, there was nothing. He never voted on any. He never brought forth any laws. Never. No bills did he ever come up with and write to go to the Senate floor, and then so that it could be approved, and then go to the House. He wrote nothing. He was not really even part of. I think he was only a part of like one committee. I think it might have been Ways and Means, but he wasn't a chairman. He was just somebody there, right? And so when he ran, he got tons of money. He got tons of donations and everything else when he first ran. Tons of money and tons of donations. And when he won the primary over Hillary, because everybody thought at that time Hillary was going to be the candidate. Everybody had, because Hillary had been senator of New York, and she was so well known, and everybody loved Hillary Clinton because all of that.
No,
yeah,
no, that was after. That was during Obama's presidency.
Yeah, salute to you, Brian. Relationship rehab in the building, and you're right. Dick Durbin was the kingmaker that put Obama in place. That is true. That is very true. So he was really and truly a nobody until here we go. Dick Durbin came into play, like Brian was saying, and then all of a sudden, the man who knew nothing, right, who was just this unknown senator from Illinois, all of a sudden beats Hillary, and then he gets up and makes all of these well thought out speeches, and hope and change, and all of these other things, and he runs right into the presidency because, for the simple fact, no one liked Mitt Romney. Everybody hated Mitt. Mitt was one of the worst candidates you could have ever ran. He was like chalk, literally. He was like watching paint dry. He had no charisma. He had nothing. But they thought that they could run him off of Bush's stuff. And the deal is, people were already looking past Bush because of the stuff that people found out that happened with Iraq, and all of that stuff had started coming out. And the thoughts and the things that were happening around 9/11, people were kind of like, huh? Because all of this stuff started coming out. And so no one wanted to have another quote unquote warmongering hero in there. That we wanted something, the people wanted something different. And so now you basically throw out the ability to have the first black president to wash away the sins of the warmongering Republicans and the blah, blah, blahs and stuff like that. And that's how he first got in. And then after his first term, this is what everybody fails to understand. His first term as president, he didn't really do anything then. His first term as president, he did a little bit. He did certain things, right? There were a lot of little things that he did. But the little things that he did set the stage for his second term of presidency, because he was very popular. And he set the agenda forth that actually leads us into what we have today. But all of the stuff, all of the play on the DEI stuff, that was set up during Obama's second term. All of the plays on housing markets and all of those pieces and things like that, that was all set up under his second term. All of that stuff. People forget about a lot of different things that happened during that time. All of those things are set up in his second term.
Let me ask you this question, since I can tell that the topic has changed. But when we hear about this Project 2025 initiative, and everybody has this conspiracy theory about what's actually going on with this, if we can call it initiative or whatever. But this 2025 initiative, You know, what is that about? You know, I hear a lot of negativity about it. I'm not as well versed in understanding what's actually going on with it. I hear it mentioned quite a bit, you know, but if at all, what could you share about what that means?
It's basically
Project 2025. That's what they call it,
yeah.
right? Isn't that what they call
it's
it?
Project 2025. Now I was just laughing at the chat because Brian said his first term was focused on violating our civil liberties with all the homeland BS. That is true. He took what Bush had put in and took it and ran with it. But that's what I'm saying. That was the little things he did, setting up the big stuff in his second term, and a lot of the stuff that we see today. But to your point, Vaughn, the 2025 stuff is here's the deal. It's not even Trump stuff. It's not. It's something that was put out about what the Republican Party should be looking to do when they get hired. They were almost they were not a lobby group, but it was kind of like a grassroots organization. You remember the Tea Party?
It was a heritage foundation that created it, apparently.
Yeah. You remember the whole talk about the Tea Party back in the day, early 2000s? Vaughn? Oh, did Vaughn step away? He was on mute. Okay. If you remember that stuff about the Tea Party and everything else, then this is kind of similar to it, right? It's not the Tea Party, but it's kind of one of these. It's like this is what the platform should be all about, basically leading forward. And what happened was the reason why it's getting talked about right now is that you had people come in on in the media and stuff like that, and basically because it's linked to Republicans, then we're going to put all of these things in it, and we're going to say how horrible this is. And look, they wanted to destroy all your things. So now we got, we want to destroy women's rights, this, that, and the third. Is all of these things negative. I just tell you myself personally, it's really and truly, it's kind of common sense stuff. If you want to, you can go over to the Heritage Foundation and read it. Trump actually has something that he said that his team put out that is open to be read as well, but it's not the Project 2025. It's just that people have seen the Project 2025, read a couple of excerpts on it, and of course,
attached it to him.
Yeah, attached it to him, and then act like it was. He basically said, "I'm going to go poison every baby and kill everybody that's not white." I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like when you listen to the people in the media on it. And so they all harp on this Project 2025, and that's not even Trump's platform. That is something that was put out so that, like I said, it's pretty much a good common sense thing of what the Republican quote unquote party platform should be, not what anything is. So that's pretty much the jux of it. But I think that's pretty much it right now, because I don't know who is going. Like I said, I gave my thoughts about who I believe that they might be trying to take a run at. They might throw somebody out there like a Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan, or they might throw someone out there like an Amy Klobuchar of, I think it's Minnesota or something like that. They might throw somebody out there. Whoever they throw out, depending on who they come out with, is going to determine if they're going to try to write this off as a if they're going to try to write this off as a concede to Republican Party for this term of presidency, or whether they have something in the works that's going to try to nuke this whole thing big time.
Yeah, sorry about that, and I had to step away.
Oh, no worries. I hope you heard what I said about it.
You know what? Actually, I didn't, but okay. I'll listen to the replay.
No, it's fine. Yeah, like I was saying, that whole Project 2025 is not tied to Trump at all. It is something, and there's no score shirt mentioned it. It's tied to the
Heritage Foundation.
Heritage Foundation, and they brought out what the Republican platform should be. It's like a bunch of common sense type stuff of what the Republican Party should stand for, what they should be about, and this is the things that would benefit the country, right? Trump does have his own thing, and if you can go look that one up too. It's not the Project 2025. The problem is that what you had is people go in from the media and whatever else and pull off a couple of excerpts from it and scream up and down about how evil it is and how babies are going to be killed and poisoned and people are going to be dragged into the streets and there's going to be martial law and Trump's going to be dictator of the world and it's all this garbage, man. It's all that garbage. I never understood. It's just ridiculous.
Okay.
Let's see. Brian put an article in the chat for BBC. I think that has to do with it. So I hope that helps.
Yeah. I've just been hearing people mention it in passing, and it's supposed to be this horrible thing, and this is coming, ladies and gentlemen, it's coming. You better be ready, like it's the end of the world or something.
Yeah.
So this is something that has been established prior to Trump. Is that what I'm to understand?
Well, yeah, it was before Trump even put his stuff.
So how
out.
far back does that initiative or whatever it is go?
It was like I was saying, it was something that the Heritage Foundation wrote up, right? And basically, this is what the Republican platform should be about. And if you really want to look at, we're talking about, smaller government, we're talking about more freedoms for people and all of this stuff like that. It was like we put this out here because this is what we would believe is the best way that the Republican Party should go. Brian, like Brian said in the chat, it's like a wish list, right? This is what should happen.
Yeah,
right?
I see.
If you really want to hold to Republican principles, it should be this.
Now
right?
I understand that this is like 500 pages long.
No,
this whole thing.
No,
I just recently heard that.
Yeah, that's 500 pages. It's not 500.
Hey, that's what they call earmarks, Vaughn.
Yeah. Okay, all right, I hear you.
Yeah, it's not 500 pages.
Yeah, I just recently heard that today. It's a 500.
Well, that's what they do, right? When you really look at it, that's the.
Somebody said it's actually almost 900 pages. Now, see, they weren't too far off there.
Smaller than that, from what I heard.
Let me drop the link for this brother. So
Brian?
Drop some.
Yeah, go ahead and drop the link.
Some
Brian's
insight.
But that's the whole bent on propaganda, though, right? We're going to change the status quo, and we this is what's happening right now in your country. And if you put this person in power, right,
this is what's going to happen.
This is all of these bad things are going to happen to you. Well, the fact of the matter is that, okay, you've been saying that for near 50, 60 years, that if these people get in power, that all of these things are going to happen, but they never happen.
Yeah.
Right. This is the most important election of our time. This is the election to save democracy. Man, let democracy die. Then that's what I say.
Okay.
Let it die. Because here's the deal: we're not a democracy anyway. So anytime you start talking about being a democracy, it shows that you don't understand what America truly is. America is a constitutional republic. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And so because it's a constitutional republic, then by default, it's not majority rule. Because if majority rule, we would be full-blown socialists right now. But so that everybody could have representation, it cannot be majority rule. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why things don't always go like you think. That's why, if you remember a few years ago, a couple of terms ago, a couple of presidencies ago, right? One of the things they were screaming about was what? Why can't we just have this all be the popular vote? Why does it have to have? Why do we have to have an electoral college? Why do we have to have an electoral college?
That's always been my question. You know,
checks and
why
balances.
is the popular vote not considered? You see what I'm?
It is
the purpose
but
of it.
But the purpose of the popular vote,
if the electoral
is to get the will of the people established for the electoral college. Based on how many delegates that you have inside of whatever state that you're in, and it's all determined on population and stuff like that. It's so California doesn't set the agenda for
everybody,
and
because of the amount of electoral votes that we have.
Right. So it gets spread out. It all gets spread out so that everyone is represented. That's why you have, for example, in your Senate, you will have one candidate that's Democrat, you will have one candidate that's Republican. That's why you normally have that, right? It's the will of the people. Same thing, you'll have multiple Republicans, multiple Democrats in the House of Representatives, because they normally represent, you have more people in the House because they represent specific areas, specific districts, specifically in specific states. And depending on how many people are in your state, it shows the area that area represents. That goes to represent those people there in whatever county you're in, or cluster of counties that you're in, or whatever the case may be, that they get a voice in Congress, that they get a voice in the Senate, right?
Hey,
Senate,
sorry about that. If I'm not mistaken, isn't it the House that actually sits up there and puts out the bills and all that?
No, either one.
It could be the House or the Senate, right?
Yes,
but it's actually the Senate. Who's the ones that actually that proposes the bills and things of that nature?
Any bill, a bill can be presented out of any chamber. So if it gets if you take a bill in the House and it gets approved by the people in the House by a majority,
by the majority,
right? Then that bill then gets sent to the Senate, which has to be approved by the Senate majority. So if it gets to the Senate and it doesn't, and it looks like it's not going to go through or whatever else, that bill dies. It dies.
That's why it's more important for the American people to be voting for their local in House and Senate and state elections than it is for the actual presidency, because of the fact that them seats can go on longer than 4 to 8 years, where you're replacing the president every 4 to 8 years.
Well, that's why what the real thing that we really need to have, really and truly, is term limits. That's what you really need to have. You need to
put that on put that on the judges too.
Watch some Schoolhouse Rock.
Yeah.
I'm just a bill. I'm only
right.
Yeah.
But a bill can be introduced in the Senate, and if it passes the majority of the Senate, then it can go to the House, and it has to pass the majority of the House. Now, here's a kicker: if it passes the majority of the House, then it gets to go to the president, who signs it, or he will veto it. He's like, "Yeah, I'm not signing that crap," and he vetoes it. If he vetoes it, it goes back to Congress, and they have a choice. Now the bill has to be passed. If they say we still want to pass this bill, it takes 3/4 of all of Congress, House and Senate combined. 3/4 of them have to approve of it for it to become law.
And that's when you get the lobbyists going in trying to fight for whatever which way they trying to sway.
Yeah. If it doesn't happen, if it doesn't work, it doesn't get that 3/4. Yeah, you don't get it. And yeah, you're right. There are exceptions, ALR. It depends on what state it is. Yeah, you have some of them they're all Democrats. And that's why you have the majorities, right? You can have you got 60 senators, and out of that 60 senators, one state will have you have two of them. Two of them are Democrats. But the whole deal behind it was supposed to be, it's supposed to be you supposed to have 1 and 1, at least 1 and 1. But that's how you wind up getting majorities in the Senate and stuff like that. Oh crap! 84 dropped out.
What is your opinion? I'm actually looking at this person.
I'm here, y'all. I'm here.
I see you, man. How you doing?
What the?
I'm doing good, family. What's up, y'all?
What's up, 84? What's
Man.
going on?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, Mr. Bryant? You know.
Sound like RTD2 over there, man. What's up?
Hey, man. Listen, man. You know, I'm chilling. You know, I'm chilling, man. You know, I just thinking about my R&B songs, but it's all good. But anyway,
Well, before you kick off 84.
Yeah,
before
go
you
ahead.
kick off 84, Jay was about to say something. What you got, Justin?
Yes, sir.
Actually, you can go ahead. You can rock.
Okay. On you, bro. 84.
Okay. So ultimately, right? If we know that God is in control, right? Then does it really matter who we really vote for?
It shouldn't.
Right?
Yeah.
If ultimately he's in control. Like, does it really
It does
matter?
matter. It's like saying, does money matter? Because it's only pieces of paper. It matters. Because people go homeless and they starve without it. So can you rely on God for like that, the manna from heaven? Yes. Do miracles happen? Yes. Do situations happen where you're on the street and you don't have any money, or you're in a bad situation and God pulls you out of it because you find somebody good? That happens, yes. But is it practical to rely on that? I mean, no, in my opinion. Just like God gave us our minds, our brains to work these things out for a reason. It's not just so we can just sit around and God got it, everything. He got it, but he also made us so we can think and process information and come to these conclusions and work these things out on our own. Because that's just kind of like what you would do with your own kids, I would assume. You wouldn't want to handhold them through the entirety of their life. You want to give them good direction, good leadership, and say, okay, point this direction, go here. But you have to make that decision on your own because you have the mind, the ability, the body, the form to do it. I mean, that's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
No, I would to that point. I have even taken a step further. Does God provide? Yes, He provided me with the faculties and the intellect to work. Right. So now, how far do I take that faculty and intellect for when I work? Now you start to talk about different things. So I know that I know that I have responsibilities and I have bills to pay and everything else because I got family to take care of. Make sure that they're not out on the street. Make sure that they're well taken care of as much as possible. Things of that nature. So I work the job that I like. Now I work the job that I work. Now, the fact that I like what I do, I mean, that's a different story, right? But I also work to get to that point, right? I didn't start off in my field that I do like working in by doing nothing, right? There was some sacrifice that went into that. There was some hard time that went into that and everything else. It didn't mean I didn't like what I did, but there were elements and stages because there are things that I had to learn. I had to get knowledge. I had to have the understanding of the knowledge that I got. And then I had to get the wisdom to apply that knowledge and understanding correctly, which caused me to learn. And in that learning, it opened up more avenues for where I could go. So does it matter if God is in control? Does it matter who or what we vote for? The answer is yes, because now you want to find out, and here's the deal, if you have wisdom, right, based on the knowledge and understanding that you have, why would you not take that and choose to apply it to those things that are critical or would have an impact to your life, right? I hear people say all the time, well, for example, I live in a red state. It doesn't matter where I vote. It's going to go out. It's not going to matter based on the amount of people that I vote for, right? Based on my whole state's pretty much red. So the person that is going to be voted for is going to be the quote unquote red candidate, or I vote blue, and I'm in a blue state, and everything votes blue. So if I vote red in a blue state, it's not going to matter, and everything else. So here's the question though. Just because your whole state is blue or because your whole state is red, what does that technically have to do with your character? Exactly. That's nothing to do with your character. Your character is who you are regardless of. So if the blue if the blue candidate is righteous and is someone worthy of supporting, support them. If the red candidate is righteous, then and they're worthy of your support, then support them. If neither one are, you have the option to write in who you want, and you don't have to deal with that foolishness. Now, in the grand scheme of things, does your quote unquote, as they say, well, does your vote matter and this, that, and the third? Well, the answer to that question is up to you, whether your vote matters or not. Because here's the one thing I can say, that whatever candidate I vote for, and someone comes up and they ask me a question, but did you vote? Yeah. Well, who did you vote for?
None of your business.
I can tell. No, I'll tell them who I voted for, and I'll tell them the reasons why. Because you now open up the avenues of conversation, right? Where you can point a person to your reason, right, and why you got to that reason. So if the person knows you well, then they will understand what you voted, how you live. You voted how you roll. I can respect that. I can respect that. You are who your character says that you are, right? Yeah. You are, if you're a person of integrity, your vote shows your integrity, right? Just like the same thing right now. Right now, the difference between this last election and this election and everything else was because what? Somebody got more votes, not by one, but you had some people that said what? It was in the bag. I'm not voting. Right. Then you had some people that said what? It's in the bag. I'm going to maneuver some things around to change the outcome of that bag. Now, was that right? Well, hey, they stayed within, I put it in air quotes, they stayed within the designs of the quote unquote law. Doesn't mean it was ethically right, but it was legal.
Yeah, neither was Bush when he took it when Bush won against Gore. But ain't nobody talking about that.
No, here's the deal. Everyone knows, but here's the thing.
Real close one.
Here's the deal.
Close.
But this goes back to what I said. Goes back to what we talked about before. Bush lost the popular vote,
but he won the electoral.
He won the electoral college. So he won the election because he won what truly mattered, which was the electoral college.
Yeah,
which gave the accurate representation of what it was. Okay. Now, to what Brian was saying,
it's fair to those who are in Nebraska and Missouri and Wyoming, like those smaller states. It's fair, but a lot of people at the time did not think it was fair because it was an overwhelming popular. No, see now you're
but that's true. But that's the danger of saying democracy versus what? Constitutional republic.
Constitutional republic.
And so why do we need the electoral college again? Why do we need that?
The electoral college.
Why do we need it?
The electoral college
Arkansas
sets the stage so that no one is not represented. Everyone is equally represented within the. So in other words, California can't set the stage for the rest of the nation.
California and Texas, the two biggest states. In California, we got the most populous, but Texas is the biggest. So you're talking about two states that basically can control the whole intake of what policies are set between them two states because they have the biggest populace and it's also the biggest states that has the most representatives Well, or I think New York is another one, right?
New
New
York.
York,
I think
yeah, New
York
York,
is actually
Texas,
has more than Texas.
Possibly.
yeah. Well, I know with populace, I know California is at the head.
Yes,
and
but see,
and
but
then
that's the danger, and this
yep,
is why, and this is so keep in mind, right, guys? This is why that's the danger of the
popular,
illegal immigration.
exactly.
If I can get more people, because what they want to do is they want to get, this is the whole crux behind it. The more people that you have in a specific state, the more
The more delegates and representation you have.
Yeah. And so if I can make it where there's an overwhelming number of delegates and representatives in key states, then when you start saying stuff like, and I quote, democracy, then people start pointing at who has the most people.
Yep.
And that puts all of the other states at a disadvantage. Why is Wisconsin? Why is New Hampshire? Why is Iowa? Why is
North Dakota,
Georgia?
South Dakota, Georgia?
Why is why are all of these states considered to be battleground states?
Or flyovers too, right?
Huh?
Battlegrounds, flyovers as well, right?
Well,
like
not some of them are flyovers, some of them are not. Right? Georgia is not a quote unquote battleground state. I mean, a flyover state.
Right.
Right, but
it's not really considered to be a battleground anymore either, because of the fact with the influx of the Democrats, then basically they turned that red into more of a purple state now.
Maybe, yeah, they've become.
It's they still holding on, but not by a long shot.
Well,
because
but my point is the Georgias, those states like that, the Colorados, the quote unquote Pennsylvanias and stuff like that, they're considered to be battleground states and everything else. It's not because of the population, but because of the delegates for the electoral college.
Exactly. But I say only that because you look at them states like Georgia. Georgia was red for eons. You know, so it was one of them type of states that you just knew, like you said, it was going red anyway. It doesn't, even though I'm a Democrat, it's still red, you know? So whereas now you're starting to look at a lot of these states where them reds are starting to turn purple because of the fact that you got a lot more, whether it be delegates, populists, or whatever it is, the policies that they bringing in there, you know, because as you were saying with the immigration, look at what they're doing right here in California. Our governor turned around and told these immigrants, we will give you free health care and free money to get land.
Yep.
Now that's some straight up bull jive. When you got hardworking Americans, they charging us up the yin yang for taxes and everything else. Every tax they could think of, if they could find a way to tax you for farting, they're gonna do it.
They'll set you with a Clean Air Act.
Yeah, exactly.
Or maybe that's your carbon tax. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
I knew it. I was waiting for that.
So, but the thing is that when you really get back to it, and this is why when people say none of this should be allowed, none of this shouldn't be the way things go and stuff like that and everything else. Well, that's one of the reasons why, like, when people talk to me, I am so much for term limits. It's not even funny. And the reason why is because you should be able to, the reason you get into this line of work, because back in the day, that's what they used to do. Back in the day, you would have people that would be representatives or senators, right? And they didn't stay in Washington, D.C.
They went back home to their home.
They went back home to their people. They went back home to their jobs. If they were a blacksmith, they went back to blacksmithing. If they were a doctor, they went back to doctors. If they were preachers, they went back to preachers. If they were teachers, they went back to teachers. Whatever the case may be, That's what they went back to. They went back to their job and they lived among the people that they represented. And they were called, and when they didn't do and didn't vote the way that the people
they was
said
replaced.
That they should, they were replaced. And so because of all of these different things, they were held to a standard and they did not get voted in. When they got voted in, they carried the weight of the people's vote. Now you got people that will stump hard in whatever county that they're in, 2 counties that they're in. They'll run, they'll kiss babies and everything else, and they will go and they will get in Congress, and you will never see them again.
Never hear from
and every time you turn around, every vote that they give and every vote that they cast has nothing to do
with the people.
Yeah, has nothing to do with the well-being of the people you said you represent. And you have guys that have been in Congress for decades, half a century. What's her name died there from Cali. She died there. Maxine Waters is going to die.
Died there?
Chuck Schumer.
Sheila Jackson Lee just passed away today, and she was up in there.
Yep, she's been there forever.
Yep. Mitch McConnell, he had to back out because they say he too dang old that he done lost his marbles.
Oh, how many times did you see him short circuit on TV in the last few years?
Yeah, quite a few.
He should have been gone.
Quite a few.
And quiet as it's kept, the president we got up in there now, he got dementia.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. You had to jump back in time on that one. Well, we talked about that earlier.
God bless him. God bless him.
Yeah.
I know I came in late, but when you get a minute, let me comment on that. I know I can, but because I got a whole spiel about this whole big old thing. If you notice, they talking about COVID coming back. They talking about this immigration. They got all these things that they talking about doing and that's going on. I told somebody today, they asked me, and I said, here's the key. Personally, when it comes to the presidents, you got one that's has dementia, the other one's trying to clean a swamp that he's part of. I wouldn't vote for neither one of them. I don't trust them. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. If they replace Biden, who they going to replace him with? God knows, don't nobody want Kamala up in there or any other woman for that matter. So you can't put Michelle Obama in there like they've been talking. Because if that happens, let's be real. I ain't got nothing against no woman in a power position when it comes to that right there. But we knowing how women are and how they think today and how they move off their emotions, we all must put, if that's the case, if that's what's going to happen, this is my personal opinion. I'm not saying this, but everybody should feel this way. This is just Scorch talking. You need to put your head between your knees and kiss you and America goodbye, because it's gone. Well, I'm just being dead. I'm just being dead serious. Well, neither one of them can be trusted. You got the goddamn Secret Service.
I just hope that there's just one righteous. If it's just 10 righteous people, can we save the land?
Okay, but see, Vaughn, here we go right here. You just said it. You just said it. Somebody turned around. They said a quote today, and they said, we need to press the reset button and just start basically a whole new government. I turned around in that comment and I said, yeah, you're right, except for one thing. When we press that reset button, the people of God need to get on their knees and do 2 Chronicles 7:14. And then we reset that. Because see, this is the biggest problem right here. America, the people, and just really the people of God. I'm just gonna put it there. We stepped away from the standards of God. This is why America is going where it's going. Me personally, I think they conjuring up something so they don't even have to have the election. So therefore, there won't be a replacement. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, we don't have that. We don't have that law. We don't have the law where you can suspend elections and all that stuff.
I thought so they changed it because
we don't have that.
It was never a thing.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Okay, so
people talked about it like we did have it. Well, it can be,
but it was never in place.
That's never been in place.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know that. Okay, well then
it's never been.
I guess
elections are going to happen. The thing is, what they. So that's kind of what I was saying. You know, and I know you were in late and everything else. But what you're saying is kind of some of the stuff I touched on a little bit earlier. They don't at this point in time, like I said, unless they have some unknown, they're going to do one or two things. They're either going to concede that no one can win, and they're going to put a lame duck candidate in there, be it Kamala, be it whoever it is. They're going to put them in there. Is
Biden really stepping down?
He's stepping down. That's the
for
word.
real.
No, yeah. Like I was telling the guys earlier that were on the panel.
I thought that was just a rumor.
No. That's pretty much happening. But like I was telling the guys that were on the panel earlier, based on the conversations and things that I've read and things that I've heard, they wanted him to step down after the debate, but they refused.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, so like Jill Biden and Hunter Biden, for the most part, are kind of running the office of president right now. I think what happened was after the whole thing with Trump, the hit that
the assassination, attempted assassination.
So based on that whole deal, galvanized the nation. Right, you saw him stand up. He had blood on his face, ear missing,
and he threw that fist up with defiance.
Yeah, exactly.
F y'all.
So that kind of galvanized the nation, and you had even liberals giving him props on this.
Yeah,
right? And so that's what I'm saying. Right now, they basically have, from the word has come down from former President Obama to other high-level leaders in the Senate, in the House. They want him to step down. I think what happened, myself personally, like I was telling the guys, I believe what happened was they told them that he has to step down. He cannot run again. If you do not step down, then basically they're going to throw everything at Hunter Biden and put him under the jailhouse. They will get rid of it. And by that, everything that's going to come out that Biden ever did was going to come out.
This could come out.
He was going to be proper. He was going to also be, and just basically
prosecuted,
basically destroy, and maybe not even prosecuted, but definitely destroy his legacy. Like right now, you can leave with gracious face,
dignity, with dignity.
Yeah. Or you can just get ready for just the hailstorm to come down on you and your family. And we know where all the bodies are buried. So I believe that's what happened. And so now, so hold on a second. So now,
whenever I can speak, can I speak?
Sure. But so now you got the point where you're at is picking who the next candidate is going to be. And like I told the guys, it's going to be, they're either going to go either a lame duck or it's going to be a swing for the fences. Someone that we probably never heard of before, and they'll probably try to do a run, because the only reason I'm saying that right now is because they have done so much with these policies that they have right now that I don't believe they want to see them destroyed.
Well, they could forget about that.
If the resident of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue changes, then a lot of stuff that they have in there right now is going to be destroyed. But right now, they are real close to setting those pieces in place. Well, they've set those pieces in place, but establishing those pieces and anchoring them into our ways of life to usher in more of this globalist regime. I believe that's what I'm saying. It's either going to be this swing for the fences type person they put in there, kind of like what happened with Obama. No one knew who he was prior to him running for president. No one really, he was a senator that did nothing.
Exactly.
That's what he was. He was a senator that did nothing for
he didn't even vote. He voted present.
No, yeah, exactly. And so unless they found another candidate like that they can gin up and who speaks well and all of these other different things, I said outside of that, they're going to they have to have somebody like that. I think they wanted it to be Michelle Obama, but she doesn't. She supposedly has basically bucked against that every time, And so now you have to find someone else, or you're going to put a lame duck in there. Either it's going to be Kamala, or it's going to be maybe another run at Bernie, or the course of Hillary Clinton, or somebody else they're going to put in there that is going to lose, right? Unless something magically happens. So they are going to lose. And that's why I'm saying it's going to be, so that's why I'm saying it's going to be some kind of lame duck candidate, or they're going to swing for the fences. They have no choice.
I have one question. It's just a thought. So with that being said, we already know how these people operate the power positions. They know what's happening before it actually happens. So could that be why there was an assassination attempt at Trump? Because let's be real about it. A lot of the Republicans ain't feeling Trump either.
No, because Trump is technically against what they want. Because you got to remember, a lot of your Republicans they're Republicans in name only. There's only a handful.
Exactly.
There's only a handful that's of Republicans in the House, like the Thomas Massey's, the Jim Jordans, the
Mitch McConnell's.
No, Mitch McConnell's running. The Rand Paul's, who's a senator, right? You only got a handful of people, right? Even Marjorie Taylor Greene could really fall into that category, but I think she's, in many ways, I kind of think she's a plant. But you got certain ones that are standing on what it should be, and then you got a lot of them that just talk a good game. Basically, they're right where the Democrats are. The Democrat side of the House is basically pedal to the metal, to destruction. They're riding their brake. They're riding their brake. That's kind of how it is, right? And that's because they're more worried about on all fronts. They're more worried about virtue signaling and lining their own pockets than they are technically about, and they want to be part of the global elite regimes and stuff like that. That's what they want to be about, versus the benefit and the benefits for the American people. That's
so basically we could be in get ready to be headed for a civil war then.
No, not yet. Because the reason why the only reason you say what?
Go ahead. I said only if Trump had actually got hit, that would have been the closest we would have got to it. But that was like the tip. That would have been it. That would have tipped the scales.
Because everybody already believed that they were out to get it. They don't want him in there. They tried.
Yeah, that's obvious.
They tried everything. They tried the courts. They tried the courts. They tried public opinion. They tried all of these different things. And the last hit that they did was, we're going to just try to kill him. I mean, if we can get him out, because here's the deal. The Republicans also don't have a strong candidate outside of Trump.
Nope.
No Republican that is out there right now. There's none that anybody.
I mean, if the Democrats had half a brain to put somebody that actually can speak sensibly, they probably would have been able to beat Trump. They don't have it.
No, they don't have it. They don't have that person.
Unless it's whenever I can.
Go ahead, A4.
Okay. At times like this, you got to have a little bit of sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit. I mean, I know it's hard times. I know a lot of us are confused, and maybe some of us are afraid, right? But there's only one reason I'm voting for Trump. You know what I'm saying? There's a man that I've always looked up to since I was a kid. He's always inspired me. He's always encouraged me. And that man is the immortal Hulk Hogan. Yes.
I gotta ask now. Did you say your prayers and eat your vitamins and rip your shirt?
Oh, yes, I did.
Every Saturday morning.
What you gonna do when the Hulkamanias run wild on you, brother?
That's right. Yes. When he hulked up and he ripped that shirt, I said, Trump, you got me. I'm telling you. Hogan? You got Hogan? I'm done.
Hey, everybody has their turning point, man. Everybody has their turning point.
Wait, did Hulk rip his shirt at the convention? Because I know he did.
Yeah.
Oh no, I missed it.
I think he did. Yeah, they said he did. Oh, he did something to that. Yeah. I don't know how true. I didn't see
Boy,
it. Yeah, well,
I remember when the first WrestleMania was on like late night NBC. I remember that. I am old as dirt. I feel bad.
First WrestleMania.
Yeah, the first WrestleMania was a late night show on NBC.
What year was that? 19.
Oh gosh.
80 something. Yeah,
that
somewhere around there.
80, I think it was 85. 85.
Yeah.
I remember
because WrestleMania always happens the same time as my birthday, and I'm the same year as the WrestleMania. So each year goes by is my birthday, and I'm the same year as the event.
Damn.
I am.
That's dope.
Brian said, yes, he did.
At least one of them then.
Brian said, yes, he did. He had me at listen here, brother.
Yeah, you got me there,
hey,
brother.
Well, hold up. Rose, when she got out there and did what she did, I was like, okay, y'all did it. Basically, the Republicans are showing the Democrats we get ready to do the same thing and get away with it that y'all been doing for years. Virtue signaling. Amber Rose said she didn't know nothing. I mean, come on, man. This stuff is so scripted that hell, Tyler Perry you would have thought Tyler Perry did the script.
Well, I think a lot of it is that people.
Speaking of Tyler Perry, why does he keep doing the same movies over and over again? I mean, do you have
because he don't have no damn writers and he cheat.
Wow. Okay. All right. Oh my goodness.
And secretly he's gay, so therefore he got to keep it to where the black man always look abusive and can't and always cheating on the wife. Come on.
Whoa.
I said it.
It sounds like a personal. Maybe you should have a one-on-one talk.
No, ain't nothing personal about it. It's just that you get to, hey, as a black man, I'm tired every time that brother gets on there, he's always bashing us as brothers. He never puts us in a good light. And if he does, it's always the darks against the lights. Tell me I'm wrong. Or he'll dress up as Medea and act like a straight up clown. A cussing grandmama talking about the church.
Cussing grandma. Yeah.
I mean, tell me I'm wrong.
Hey, I didn't say you.
You're not wrong, brother.
No, so no, you know what? It should be honestly, every brother on here listening to that, every time they see him come out with some mess like that, we all should be insulted.
But
because most of
insulted against black culture.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm stopping. I ain't even gonna go there.
Yeah, please don't, because we ain't talking about that. Let's keep it off that.
Hold up. So here's the deal. Guys.
I'm sorry, Vaughn.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now.
I want to say something about that crazy movie, though. Now you done brought up that crazy movie. You know,
I mean,
me and my wife did sit and watch that, and I'm just like, what the hell is going on here? Like, what kind of writing is this? You know, people are pulling people out of the casket and carrying them out of the church, and
yeah, that was extreme, man.
That was crazy scene, you know. And I noticed that the mother character, you know, looked just like Monique, had that same type of spirit that she had in Precious, you know. And I said, oh, it looks like he tried to find a character, you know, since him and Monique had fallen out, you know, that he could use for that part. But you know, the whole concept of the crazy husband, and you know, and the wife is you know, trying to save her life, you know, these things do happen. You know what I'm saying? But I think you are right. He doesn't do a good job of putting black men in the best light. I would definitely have to agree with that.
Relationship rehab.
I think the thing,
relationship rehab. Hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
Relationship rehab said that's not true, Vaughn. He said he does put black men in a good light if they take off their shirt, got an 8-pack, and are willing to get with an old, overweight black woman.
Damn.
Now, you know, listen, this brother is spot on. He's spot on.
Or unless they're willing to take it up the hatch.
Right. Let me just say this. You see a lot of movies that degrade women, right? But in his case, he does a lot of degrading of the men. And, I'm trying to figure that out. He has them in positions.
His life story, Vaughn.
Mr. Bryant, you have to
he has
go
them in
on
positions
Amazon Prime.
that they just
Go on
shouldn't be
Amazon
in.
Prime and watch his life
You know what I'm
story.
saying?
That would explain everything. You hear me, Mr. Bryant? If you go on Amazon Prime, watch his life story, it would explain everything. Trust me.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to look at that, but yeah. The writing, it was a crazy story. Put it that way. I don't know how I felt after that experience. It was just crazy.
Oh,
I'm actually shocked that you actually took the time out to watch it.
Well, hold on. Well, of course, I'm a movie buff. I look to see what's going on. But one thing I will say is, I left that movie saying, wow, maybe there's a reason why that sister divorced that brother. Because he did an awful good acting job in that movie. You see what I'm saying?
So you think that his movie acting was his actual reality with Tia?
It's just a thought. It was just a thought that ran
What is the
across
name?
my mind.
What is the name of the movie?
Divorce in the Black or something like that?
Yeah, Divorce.
Oh, that was his movie.
Yeah, that was the name of his movie.
I saw the thing I saw that thing on my Fire Stick, and I'm like, I didn't know what it was, but I didn't know it was a Tyler Perry movie. So that means I'm definitely not watching it. So I'm good.
So you saying this?
It was basically like the Hatfields and the McCoys. The family.
The Black version.
Yeah, the Black version of it. Exactly.
I heard that it was more of an acrimony part 2.
It's so extreme. Like I've never
was very
seen
extreme.
I've never seen anything like that in my life where like our people act like that. Not in my family or anybody else's family. So I don't know where he gets these outrageous, crazy stories from. They're just
wait a minute. Hold on now. We have been known to act all kind of ways at funerals now.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I don't know if you're aware of it. But that whole scene of that depiction, of them saying, no, leave the casket, take him out of there. This is what Black folks have been doing for years at funerals. That's nothing new, man. Very bizarre stuff. Very, they even had, did you see on YouTube where they had the young lady and her son was in a red casket and she was
twerking.
No, she was going off at the funeral. I mean, cussing and, and telling the family off. And
I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know which one. Yeah, that was heart-wrenching.
We have a history of cutting up at funerals, but I've never seen that. That was crazy.
Well, that's because
that was bizarre.
That's because there is, when it comes down to the community, there's a very strong. It's the reason why he does the movies that he does. He panders, right?
Yep.
And he panders to all things that are female.
Dysfunctional.
Not even dysfunctional. He does things. It's very dysfunctional, but and that's the thing. He shows the dysfunction, but he shows it in a way that's glorifying it versus where you shake your head and go like that's not right or put shame on it. If he would do a lot of stuff that he does and would put shame on it, then that would be different. But he doesn't do that, and his well, sometimes he doesn't even
light of it.
Yeah, he makes very light of it, and so it's almost like he wants the people to think, for example, that this happens, but the reason why it happens is justified, right? So that's what he does, and so in a lot of his movies, you look at a lot of his movies, and the woman can do no wrong. Well, she was in an abusive relationship, and she left. Why did she get into an abusive relationship from jump? Right? The questions that don't get asked. No one just starts being super abusive. No one does. There were signs of these things happening prior to. There were things that would have been happening prior to. So what made you think that this guy was worthy of you laying down with or marrying or whatever else? How were you that much in love that you escaped the red flags? And if that is the case, then that is on you, because there were signs that were there before, right? I here's the deal. I go outside my house every day, just about every day. Go outside my house. Either I'm going to work, I'm going to the store, I'm going to everything else, right? I will meet black dudes in the store. I will meet black dudes out on the street. I will meet black dudes at the job and everything else. You know what they not? They're not all hard. They're not all abusive. They're not beating and smacking women out in the middle of the street. You see what I'm saying?
They're doing the regular stuff that you doing.
Exactly. They go to the gym. They work out. They talk. They laugh. Have fun and everything else. And then they go back to their families, and they go back and I'm going to take my kid to the game. I'm going to do this and this and this. Yeah, my wife and I are going out tonight. Yeah, this and this and that. Wait a minute. What? Right? But you let Tyler Perry's, the woman's a modern day slave to this abusive guy until she escapes with her life and finds this other guy that looks 10 times better than the dude that she was with, and she doesn't look and she looks like a chewed up mud stick. But hey, everybody gets love. Everybody gets the present at the end, right? You see what I'm saying?
And hold up, it's not just Tyler Perry. How many of your wives or girlfriends sit up there and watch Lifetime, BET, Girlfriends, and all them other Tyler Perry shows?
Right, but
it's just all these type of things, and it's like a constant barrage where anything positive, and we're not saying all women. We're not talking all wives, but at the end of the day, when you talk about something like that, that's all you heard talking about. And all you heard talking about was exactly what you said, Vaughn. I'm not saying this towards you, but you heard a lot of people saying his acting was so good. Maybe that's why Tia left him and things of that nature. When it came to Megan Good, the other side, they were sitting up there talking about why Megan may have left Devon. That's not why Devon divorced her. That brother divorced her because of the fact that he saw his wife on a goddamn show sitting up there giving a lick job to the butthole of a man.
But Scorch, like I think a big thing that these things does, whether it's Lifetime, whether it's these BET movies, whether it's Tyler Perry, it pollutes the mind of our people.
Exactly.
It's polluting the very mind, the very spirit, and the very essence of our people. And we have to start taking back our image, and we have to start taking back what we represent, because all the stuff that we see on TV, it is not a clear representation of who we are. A lot of us are working like sweat bread. A lot of us are doing some great things in the community, and we're not all out here with our pants sagging and twerking and drinking and smoking weed. We're not all doing that. So it's a lie, and we have to really fight and really stop letting Satan, promote this lie about who we are as a people. We have to take back our image, because if we don't, it's going to be lost forever.
Well, and I think we've had these conversations on here before, right? When the perspective becomes the reality, right? Who are you perceived to be? That's why you think about it, right? Back when we were, especially when I was growing up, right? If you spoke with intelligence, they say you were trying to be what?
White.
Trying to be white.
That's cool.
No, it's the truth though.
But the thing is, guess who you did not hear that from?
White people.
White people.
No, anyone else. Anyone else.
You only heard it from your own.
You only heard it from black people.
Yep.
Anyone else, you did not hear that from.
Well, here was a real big thing back then, because I'm pretty sure me and you are around the same age. The dark skin against the light skin.
Yes. That was
big problem.
Colorism is still
not so much against the men, because amongst the men, that wasn't a thing when I was growing up. The color, that was more so dark skinned black women and light skinned black women going at it. I used to see it all the time. But me and light skinned boys, we was cool. We didn't have those issues at all.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a matter. It wasn't a matter. So here's what used to happen on our end, right? It wasn't that we wouldn't be cool with the light skinned brothers, right? Light skin versus dark skin. With guys, you're right. That really wasn't a thing. However, here's what would happen: the light skinned brothers would be considered soft.
Yep.
And because the light skinned brothers were considered soft, then they felt like they had to do that
extra
step beyond.
Yep.
Crazy. Right. So in other words,
just to fit in.
They would, yeah. So they think, so these guys, and here's the deal. No one told them they had to do it. But because even if we were all cool and stuff, just mark it down. If we decided that, somebody, say one of us got in a fight or whatever, say it turned into this big thing, right? This is not we run around in gangs or nothing like that. It just sometimes you would come across another group of neighborhood kids. Somebody start talking noise and everything else, and then you start fighting and everything else, right? Because someone couldn't take getting scolded on, and then all of a sudden they wanted to fight, and then somebody fights, and you would have some that would jump in, and it could turn into this big thing, right? Well, if the youngster would get in a fight, the light-skinned brother would get in a fight, he would start fighting, right? And the deal is, he would not be fighting to like end the fight. He wouldn't be fighting like, I'm just gonna beat you up, right? He would be trying to kill.
Yep.
So in other words, I beat this guy right now. He's bleeding all over the place. Hey man, you need all right, it's good. He's good there. No, I'm gonna keep on punching him. I'm gonna pick up a rock. And I'm gonna start. It's like you starting to get, it's like, what you doing? Right? Man, you shouldn't be talking to me like that. You shouldn't have done this, and this. And all of a sudden, and just go off on this deep end. Right. And so you had to kind of, if they were your boy, you try to pull them off the edge, and you don't have to go that far. You don't have to go like, man, you good, we good. You don't have to prove nothing. We good, man. Well, man, I ain't gonna let nobody see that's causing trouble. Now you just going out. Now you going off to the side. But that's one of those things that has been named. But to that point, what I think needs to happen is, myself personally, I'm in the extreme camp. I'm in the extreme camp, and I think it's going to take extremeness, really and truly, for certain things to happen. But I'm like, that's why it's like, I'm not here to save a community, right? I would rather build something new and have those of like mind come on board.
Big Ant, you was really outside, huh? I could tell from your language. You was outside when you was a young man. I could tell.
Man,
you really out there,
bro. You don't understand. Well, go watch any of those. You can go on Instagram, right? And they had this thing that started coming up, right? And it would be like they show like these Gen Z people talking about like Gen Xers need to shut up. Gen Xers need to be this, blah, 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 blah. And you have like this Gen Y millennial come up next and go like, shut your mouth. You shut up. You shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand. These jokers don't care. These Gen Xers are feral. They grew up without being in the house. They grew up maneuvering around and not having to have, anybody telling them what they do. They were the original latchkey kids. That's how it was.
I had a Gen X. I'm sorry. I had a Gen X came to me saying, "Hey, brother, I hear you speak the Bible." Yeah. And I started going off, iron sharpen iron. He said, "Hold on, brother. I mean, I believe in the Lord and all that, but I'm not in the Bible." I'm like, "What? Why you?" Then I found out I offended him because I call him my brother, and he's really a sis. But I'm like, well, I don't know.
He was a what?
He's really a
sis.
I'm like,
a
sis. I thought it was a dude, but it was a girl.
Yeah, he had a hair hat, so I didn't know. And so
he was a cisgender?
Wait a minute, brother. Hold on.
No, he's saying he's instead of being a bro, he was a sis. In other words, it was a woman. It wasn't.
Exactly.
It wasn't.
He had a whole custom on. He had a whole custom on.
Okay, hold on.
But hey, we got to backtrack on that because
yeah, thank you.
No, okay. No, that's what I said. Okay,
let me just ask you this real quick because you just said something that stuck with me.
All right, here we go.
Did you say he had a hair? Did you say he had a hair cap on, brother Sweatbread? Can you hear me, brother Sweatbread?
I can hear you.
Oh, did you say that he had a hair cap on?
He didn't have his whole outfit
No.
on.
But did you call it a hair cap?
I'm about to say it to you. I thought, to me, it was, it was a low cut. I thought he was a brother, but he had a dress on, so he had a whole outfit on. So I misgendered him, thinking he was a brother, but really he was a sis. You get what I'm saying?
He was a transformer.
He said he had a hair cap on, right?
Oh, okay. He was a Decepticon.
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
He ain't had his whole outfit on.
I never heard hair cap before. That's the first for that. But
that's the point, because
I thought he said hair hat at first.
Oh, hair.
Yeah, he didn't have a hair hat. Right, he didn't have a hair hat. He didn't have a wig on.
Yeah, well, I never heard that before. But go ahead.
Well, because I'm confused when I was gendering. Yeah, I mean, I confused when I was gendered. So I don't know what to call you. So I'm like,
dude,
to me,
if it's a dude, it's a dude. That's what I see.
Okay, well, yeah.
You ain't gonna confuse me. You a dude. You're a dude. So
now wait a minute. You got to be politically correct. You got to.
I know.
Yeah, their pronouns. Don't they have pronouns?
Yeah.
So
anyway,
you doing too much.
Like, I don't know. They'll do.
So I was speaking the Bible, and so everything else. He said, "No, my brother, I hear you, brother, word, but I'm not in the Bible like that." I said, "Why you come to me saying you're in Jesus?" He said, "I like the way the way you word it, but you're not in the Bible."
Sweatbread, he was trying to get sweet with you.
I thought that too. Sweetwater. I thought that too. That has half. I said, "No, man, you gotta buy back my cookies, man. I'm straight."
But but you get
what I'm saying, though.
You never know what you're gonna get. When you meet people. So you really got to have your eyes open. Like Martin said, check the neck. You got to check the neck. You got to really be alert now because
check the neck.
Because
I ain't heard that one in a minute.
Because you know what? Some of them are like comedians.
You got to protect your neck, kid.
No, wait. They look exactly like women. Some of them. So you really got to be observant nowadays because some people are easily tricked by that.
Can't hide that Adam's
apple. Not enough. The Adam's apple is not enough because some men's Adam's apple is not as pronounced. I look at the shoulders, I look at the hips, and the bendability of a woman. Like, okay, that person is a man because we're not as flexible like that. So that's the only way I can tell. The neck, I don't know. That's not enough for me. I've been fooled.
The voice, and the hands. I mean, listen, you really have to be observant because, and we can all attest to seeing this in the media. That if you took a glance, you would not be able to tell. This is true. This is what type of crucial time we're living in. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's why I was.
You may not know until you get down to business. That's crazy.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen a brother that was with one of them, and I've seen a brother, and I've seen a couple of brothers when they with one of them peoples, and that brother, he gets very defensive. He's very defensive when he's with that thing. I'm like, well, why are you getting defensive? There's no reason to be defensive. If you love that person, you love them. Why are you mad? Because we looking like something was going on. Of course we gonna look. That's not normal. So yeah.
Well, that's kind of what I was. And that goes back to kind of what I was saying a little bit ago, right? I think based on all of these situations and everything else, and I'm not talking about. I'm thinking that people of like mind, really and truly, just let these places destroy themselves. Yep. It doesn't mean that you don't have a love for people and everything else. But there's a lot of land. There's a lot of towns, and all of these different things. Go build areas of like mind and just be prosperous, right? Build up small towns into nice cities and everything else, of people of like mind. That doesn't mean you can't trade. It doesn't mean you can't do and have specific goods and services and everything else. But if you want wholesome, and I think this is one of the, this is the main point behind what I'm trying to say. A lot of people are expecting those who are not into what you are into, those who are not into that life, those who are not about righteousness, to give you righteousness. You're expecting truth from people who are full of untruth, right? They don't. I've sit here over the last. It is 2024. I have watched in the space of 20 years 3 franchises that I grew up watching die. Technically, it's 4. Over the last 20 years, Star Wars, gone. Star Trek, gone.
Gone.
And now you got anything else that you can put down, gone. Marvel, gone.
Jones.
Indiana Jones, stuff like that, gone. Why? Because they don't care about what you want. They don't care about the audience. They only care about putting out as much propaganda and untruth
as they can.
So why would you go to a poison well? Go get clean
Knowing
water.
that you're going to be poisoned when you drink.
Exactly. Go get clean water, right? You don't like how this is done, then go to an area where you can get it done. That's what I'm saying. I would save the community. I would get everybody out of the community that is of like mind and say, look, we're going to build here. We're going to set up shop here. You're welcome to join us. And let that stuff be like Escape from New York. If you ever remember that old movie, Escape from New York.
Escape from LA now.
Yeah.
Remember the remake of that.
Yeah. Let that stuff go down. Let it burn down. You just take everybody out of that who is of like mind, right? And so you don't have to worry about, you still have to deal with the character of man. Yes, you do. But there's something about that aspect of, if I want to have good films that's going to have, it can have all the action in the world and blowing up cars and everything else, but it's this, and it's not a bunch of foolishness. It's not all of this thing. I sat back and my wife and I was watching the show the other day, and that show went from 0 to 60 so fast, right? It went from 0 to 60 so fast, and what could have been a good show, it's come to the point where the show was garbage, because it's just too much stuff. I mean, it's just too much of the stuff that we are not. It's not us, right?
But Big Ed, you talking about the days where we could like sit at home and just turn the TV on and literally just sit through the whole weekend and watch movies, and we knew it was gonna be quality movie.
Yeah.
After quality movie after quality movie after quality movie. Whether
Quality
it was Rocky
shows after quality
marathons,
shows.
whether it was Star Wars marathons, whether it was
The Incredible Hulk, Monster Movie Mania,
Hulk,
Kung Fu
Charles Bronson
movies.
movie. Remember the Charles Bronson movies, the Steven Seagal
Yep.
Death
movies?
Wish stuff.
All those, that's all gone. That's all gone.
Well, no, it's not. Here's the deal. It's not when you go and look at it. It's not all gone. There are movies they just don't get. The thing about those movies is they don't get hyped up. One of the reasons why Netflix got so big is because Netflix offered a platform because people weren't getting their stuff played in your standard movies, your movie theaters. They weren't getting any play, but yet still they could take what would be a movie and create a series out of it on Netflix, and it'd be a quality series.
Yeah,
or they did that on Prime, quality series, right? And it's like, oh, this is really good. This and this and this and this. This is awesome, right? Yet and still, Would that play out on regular TV? No, because regular
Nope.
TV is pushing an agenda. Will it play out at the movies and everything else? No, because
Nope.
they're not about making quality movies anymore. They're about pushing out agendas. So you can't, it's like the stuff that people want to see, they don't want you to see. So it's like, okay, if that's the case, then create a platform that, you go out and create a platform that'll give you good quality movies. And I'm not saying that the movies have to be, I'm not saying that the movies have to be super religious. I'm not saying that the movies have to be super wholesome and super and all this other stuff. No, I'm not saying that, right? But you can have good stories. You can have good movies. You can have all of these different things, right? But just tell them like they are, right? Just tell it how it is. If someone was to do, it's like one of the things, I think I talked about it a while back here. And I talked about how they've gone out. And it's like the latest victim of quote unquote destruction of the whole DEI stuff was the Assassin's Creed series in video games, right?
Oh, yeah.
They were on such a tear with good stuff. And they kept it great. And then you get to freaking Japan, where you had all types of Japanese heroes and Japanese samurais and ninjas and everything else that you could have. Hanzo Hattori was one of the most well-known ninjas, bar none, in feudal Japan. You could have tied the Assassin's Creed story into him or his bloodline or whatever the case may be. And they went Hattori Hanzo, yeah. And but they went and grabbed a black samurai that did exist, but was a one-off in feudal Japan.
And they're claiming that he wasn't even a black samurai in the way that we think of it.
Exactly.
Like a holder of the swords of samurai who actually went into the field and fought. So that's what they're claiming. I don't know, but
that's 100% true. He learned the ways of samurai. He learned the ways of the samurai. He was never a full samurai.
So he was a forever apprentice, is what he was.
He wound up being called. He mainly wound up being called a Ronin, right? Which was a basically, lack of a better term, is a samurai without a lord.
Yeah,
right?
displaced.
Displaced samurai. So that's what he winds up becoming. But you see what I mean? Yes.
I want to add on to what you were saying about the community. Now, Brother Vaughn, I'm giving you a heads up. Close your ears, because Scorch is getting ready to say something that you may not like. So please close your ears.
Listen, I don't believe it's anything that you could say that I've never heard before. But
cool. So therefore, just know, everybody, he was warned, right? Okay, so here we go. When it comes to the community, I'm gonna take from what I heard from somewhere else, and I'm just gonna add a little bit onto it. F them kids and their mama and daddy that they came from, of the community that they was raised in, and send them all back to the gutter with the rats. That's how I feel about it. If you ain't on the program that we're trying to build and get on, F them all.
Well, see,
kids included.
I don't hold to that. And the reason why I don't hold to that is because I've seen too many people come out of bad situations. In that
hold up. I'm not. Once again, hear what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because see, here's the thing.
Okay, do me a favor.
If you're talking what you're talking about now, I'm gonna get a little bit serious, and this is where I meant by it. I was trying to do it in just, and to try to make a but in all actuality, when you're saying about the community, you're basically going back to the biblical terms of the Old Testament when God said, "Destroy them all, livestock, everything." Even if unfortunately, where we're at right now as a community, if they trying to hold on to them kids and keep them rugrats to be up under their leadership and getting all the buffoonery that they're getting in, F them too. I'm sorry.
Can it be
But
like the
Because
but
Lamar
honestly,
kid?
we can't take that stance, Scorch, because
Yeah,
I'm one of them kids.
yeah. I
Well,
think
I
what
Right.
get it.
That
I
come
was
from
one
the
of them
that
kids
come
too.
from
But once again,
that come from the
I'm
gutter,
not
bro.
talking. Hold up, dude. Hold up. I'm not talking about, once again, I'm going off the mantra of what he said. If you ain't trying to be within our community, now, if we can grab 2 or 3 of them, because just like when God told Moses to take for the Israelites to go across, do you know that it was some of the Egyptians that was right along with them? Once again, it's like he said, if you want to be part of this, you come on over here. You stay your butt over there with them. That unfortunately, that includes your children.
Can it be like
Now,
the
if one of
song?
the
They not
children, if
like
we,
us.
huh?
Can it be like the song? They not like us.
Oh, you know what? Forget about it.
retarded.
Hey,
Yeah.
in that aspect, I guess.
But no, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. But no, it has. I'm looking at it. I'm looking more along the lines of come out from among them and be
yeah.
separate. That's what I'm coming out with. Right. That's my mindset. I'm willing. Those who, like I said, those who, here's the deal. Those who want to be saved can be saved. Those who don't want to be saved won't be saved. Right. I can tell you, the scripture talks about it all the time. He said men hate the light. And he said, neither do they come to the light, lest their deeds be shown. Right. Why? Because everyone that does evil hates the light.
Yep.
Neither comes to the light, lest their deeds be made known. This is the whole deal. A lot of these people that are in whatever community it is, and here's the deal. I'm not even talking about just like people talking about like the black community. No, I don't care about
I'm
that.
talking about the whole
I'm
community as
talking
a
about the
whole, the
whole, yeah.
human race. Yeah.
I'm talking about everybody come in, kind of like here at the village. You build your brick, you bring your brick, you place your brick, you build, and everyone talks about, I laugh how everyone talks about Black Wall Street like it's some pie in the sky type of thing. And the fact of the matter is, it's not. Like one guy said, it was stores, it was business, it was commerce, right? And people took care of what they invested in. And this is kind of what
Exactly.
has, and this is kind of what needs to happen. There will never be anything. There will never be anything good. There will never be anything of good moral standing, righteousness. There will never be anything like that. To your point, Scorch, what you mentioned earlier, which is tell the people who are righteous, the people of good moral standing, creates it. That's what was done back
Exactly.
in the day. That was done back in the day. That's how a lot of these towns that you see, a lot of these major cities that you see, it started out while people coming together, right? Building their bricks, putting their stuff in, pouring into specific communities, and it grew from there. Yes, you're going to, as long as you have that moral standing, that moral compass, as long as you have that, right, to build around, and the only true moral compass I have ever known, and people will try to debate with me and everything else, but I just don't see it happening throughout all of history. It's God. That's it.
That's
So
it.
you build, and
I
it
agree
doesn't
with you.
mean, and that does not mean, and this is what people fail to understand. That does not mean that everything that is being done in every facet, right, is God, but it should be God honoring, and that's different, right? You can, as long as it, because here's the deal: if your relationship with God is personal, your salvation is personal, and your relationship with God is strong, your relationship with man will be strong. And that's what happened back in the day. That's why our communities thrive, because you had a lot of people whose relationship with God was strong, and you had a lot of people whose relationship with their fellow man was strong. And so that's why
Mm-hmm.
you had the pieces where they said, I could go down the street to my neighbor's house. or I go next door to my neighbor house, and if I needed some help with something, they come out there and help me, and this and that and the third, blah 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 blah. And we all knew our neighbors, and we all knew that. Why was that? Because the majority of the time, the people's relationship with God was strong, and the relationship with the people that was in their community was strong. They knew everybody, right? So they stood. So they dealt at the corner stores, and they dealt at the grocery stores, and they dealt at the mechanics, and they dealt at the banks, and everyone knew everybody. And the reason why they knew everybody and everything else, and why you didn't see all of the craziness that they have right now, is because of the standard. Because of the standard. Love your neighbor as you love yourself was common, because they already loved the Lord with all of their heart, mind, soul, and strength. So those two things were intertwined in the way that they live. What we have done is we have said that we must remove God, who provides the standard. We must remove him to be free. And as we say a lot of times out here is, and we said it once before, freedom without responsibility is anarchy, leads to bondage and slavery. So when we look at all of the things that is going on in the world today, and things that happen, the Trump assassination attempts, the hit that was put out on Trump, because it was a hit. We all know it. Right.
It was a bad one too, because they did a piss poor job at making that happen.
No,
not to say that I was wishing that he was inspired. It's just the way how that was all set up. I think that the FBI and them was behind that. Well, because they sure didn't do no good protecting.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of that stuff, man. Hey,
well, one thing I can say about that
is,
one thing I could say about that is that, you know, God is awfully good, because
there you go.
Any time
you're right there.
Let me just finish. Anytime that just centimeters to the left or to the right would have meant,
he could have been gone.
Yeah, in your skull. You say, God is good. You see what I'm saying? In spite of whatever it is, his mercy endures forever. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And just because you don't like a person doesn't mean that you wish death on them.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that.
No, he's making a point. That's all.
I wasn't saying that you were saying that. You know, but when I looked at the situation, you know, at first I thought it was some type of skit or something, you know, because I thought, oh, look how he grabbed his ear. Now he probably had some red pill in his hand and smashed it in his ear.
No, they said it was some ketchup.
And well, I'm just saying my initial thought.
Yeah.
But when I found out that there were actual lives that were taken, you know, now this becomes even more real. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The devil is busy, you know. But if I was Trump, man, I would be thanking God that he spared my life. I would be on my knees bowing in his presence. But, you know, all of us don't take those near-death experiences like that. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying?
No, we don't. You're right. Well, hey, is it true that Feinberg just died too?
She got a lot to say.
She died some time ago.
Oh, because okay. So it was a while ago.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. I just read it up here in the comments section, and they said it just died. I'm like,
yeah, that's who I was trying to think of. I was trying to think of the person that just passed away. She was a senator, Dianne Feinstein. Feinstein. It's Feinstein actually.
Feinstein. Yeah, there you go.
Dianne Feinstein. She passed away. But like he was saying, for the last 10
wasn't it last year she passed away?
Something like that. Last year before last, something like that. But she, like Brian was saying in the chat, she couldn't talk. She was
she had stopped talking years ago.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, and again, they had people doing stuff for her and pointing out what she needs to vote on and everything else, and basically just pointing out to her. I think her daughter.
Well, hold up. To your point, Ginsburg.
Yeah.
Remember, she was she ended up doing all the way where Obama and them was trying to get her to step down so they could put another I guess a left-leaning judge up in her spot. She waited until she died, and then it ended up Trump ended up placing his pickup in there.
That's only because she thought Hillary was going to win that election. That's
Yep.
why she waited. And that plan didn't work out. Apparently,
no, that didn't work out at all.
she was
Well,
pissed.
and that's the deal.
So at first she was trying to wait until to retire. Oh yeah, that's my swan song. You know, when Hillary, cause she wanted to be a woman type of deal, and then it turned out not to be that way. And then it was like, oh crap, now I have to try to survive as long as possible. And it was just like, yeah.
Everybody has to punch
Politics.
that clock. And I think that's one of the things, and that's why I was saying, you know, when you look at these things in this regard, you have to take all of that into consideration, right? What God has planned to happen, it's going to happen. Yes,
happen. That's right.
True. That is 100% true.
We all saw it
Could Trump's ticket have been punched the other day? The answer is yes, could have been, but it wasn't his time to go, so it didn't.
That's the only reason.
And so, because of that,
they say you don't miss a shot at that distance, 150 yards. They said that's almost an impossible shot to miss.
Exactly.
And because he turned to hit just at that split second, that's the only reason why he missed.
Yeah.
It was like, whoa, I'm sure he was shocked. Like, what?
But as the saying goes, there before the grace of God go I.
There go I. That's it.
So, and I think that's what, that's one of the things that we have to. That's one of the things, even in all this whole situation, is what we have. What's going to happen? Because here's the deal, and here's the thing. And I had a conversation with a friend of mine just the other day. We had this conversation. He was asking me, "Do I think that Trump's going to win?" I said the possibility of him winning. Oh, 1 second. All right, sorry about that. But I told him at the time, I said the chances of him winning, I said prior to that situation that happened, I said the chances of his winning was possible. I said the chances of him winning now are more than likely. I said, but here's the kicker. He was asking me, do I think things will change? And I told him, I said, yes. I said, things are going to change. But I said, what we fail to understand that is that although things might change economically, and even some things might change for the betterment, just the overall, life being lived type of asset. I said, that's probably going to happen as well. I said, but the deal is that doesn't change the heart of man.
Nope.
And I said, and by default, the heart of man, according to the scripture, is wicked. I said, what's going to wind up happening? I said, I look back to, and I said, by no means am I saying that America is Israel or anything like that. I'm not saying that. So I don't want anybody to take what I'm about to say that way, because we even seen through scripture, there were other areas where God gave people a chance to repent, and a chance to turn away. And some did, and some didn't. Some were thoroughly destroyed and wiped out, whereby others were not thoroughly destroyed and wiped out because they did repent, and they lived a little bit longer, and they moved a little bit longer until they turned away from God. We see that with Nineveh.
Yep, that's what I was just thinking. In Jonah
to Nineveh. Now, Nineveh was the land, which was the area of the Assyrians. Was the major city of the Assyrians, and they were enemies of Israel, and Jonah did not want to go, and was not going to go. Matter of fact, the reason why he went and got on that ship to go out there, which is a ship that took him into the Mediterranean. Well, the reason why he got on the ship, because he was going against what God had told him to do. And so because he was going against what God told him to do and everything else, that's when the storm came. He was heading out to Tarshish, which is northern part.
He said, let him die.
Yeah. He didn't care if they lived, died, or grew horns.
He didn't care. He said, "Let them die."
He wanted them. He wanted them done. But what wound up happening is, it was through the providence of God that even though Jonah was thrown overboard, even though Jonah was swallowed by a big giant fish, where did Jonah wind up?
Right in Nineveh.
Right. And so we don't know what God has planned.
No.
We are called to live righteously. We are called to live and walk circumspectly according to what he has called us to do. So
regardless of what's going on.
So here's the deal. If Trump gets elected, is this another time and another element of God giving
grace
here, some more grace and time of repentance? And so you don't squander it the next time like you did the first time?
Yeah.
Or is it just the beginning of the end? We don't know.
And then
I truly believe, regardless of what happens, I think within the next couple of years, we got to be on our knees for real, praying.
Well, keep in mind.
Yeah, I truly believe that's what's really getting ready to come down with everything that we see going on. I mean, if we're not already on our knees, we getting ready to be put to our knees.
Well,
let me just say this, if I could.
Go ahead,
you know, we're always talking about, if this person gets in leadership, that it's just going to be terrible. It's just going to, that doesn't negate the fact that regardless to who they put in leadership, God is still in control. You see what I'm saying? I don't care what kind of Pharaoh you elect. God is still going to be in control. You see? Right. And he's only going to allow to happen what he allows to happen. And then that's for his purpose. So, I put it in God's hands. You can vote for who you want to vote for, but at the end of the day, God has the final say. God is in control,
All right. And like I said, I agree with you on that too. But the point I was trying to make is this. And this is why I say it, and I threw out Nineveh, but I'll throw out Judah, the southern kingdom of Judah. Every time you looked in the scripture, and you saw when it came down to the tribe of Judah, it was always different than it was the tribe of Israel. And this is why you would have kings that would say that they did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, caused the people to sin. Then they would have another king that would show up, and they said, and this king did what was right in the sight of the Lord, and you see that the people prospered for a while. Then another king would come up, and then it kind of went with this back and forth. Maybe two kings that did well, then you would have two kings that did evil, and everything else. But the key part behind it would be, they would say that the king that did evil in the sight of the Lord, and they said it caused the people to sin, and the people offered up in the high places and the offerings and stuff like that, in the groves,
sacrifices on the Baal and all that.
Correct. And it got to a point where even with the kings that came after that toward the very end, and it said, and the king did what was right in the sight of the Lord, followed the Lord with his whole heart and everything else, and did away with the idols and everything else, blah, blah, blah. But then it said some key stuff, and it would go, but the people still continued to worship in the high places, and the people still continued to offer the sacrifices to the Baals, right? This is after the king did what was right in the sight of the Lord. You see where I'm going with this, right? The question you have to ask yourself now is this, and I'll show you why I'm tying this in. Like I said, if Trump was to get elected, and this is what the Lord allowed, right? Is it a time again of repentance, or is it just a reprieve before the destruction? And here's why I say that. After that last king of Israel passed away that did what was evil that did what was right in the sight of the Lord, the next three kings afterwards were evil. They caused the destruction of Jerusalem and the disassembly of the land of Judah as they were carried away into captivity. And those who weren't lived a brief time there, and then they ran away to Egypt. And so I have to ask the question, and you start seeing certain things that happen even with the kingdom of Edom, the kingdom of Moab, and other things. When you go look into history, and you start looking at things like Persian Empire, kingdom of Greece, kingdom of Rome, stuff like that, you start seeing these decays that happen. Start off strong, end in a decay, country, kingdom destroys. So we have to ask the question. Right now, there's a global push. Everyone wants to scream about the 2025 stuff, and they want to proc that on the news, but no one talks about Agenda 2030. Agenda 2030 is real big.
Wait a minute, they got an Agenda 2030 now.
Agenda 2030.
Well, wait a minute. How far are we thinking ahead here?
I'm just helping. I'm helping people to understand.
Wow.
Before we call it a night, I'm gonna have to end it here.
All right, break it down, brother. Break it down.
But the 20 Agenda 2030 is the global push to have a lot of things, certain things by 2030. Reduce population, the lack of ownership of resources, the pulling together of all of these things. In other words, the setup for the beginning of
New World Order.
Pretty much global world order, new world order, whatever you want to call it. Centralized power around the world to one location. So you got these things that are happening. So the question becomes now, if 2030 is this big agenda and this big push, right? And they've already started telling people that now that this bird, it's not even COVID now, it's this bird flu is a big thing, right? So they've already started setting the stages for a lot of different things already. The WHO is trying to pass this mandate and provision, trying to get all of these countries to sign and everything else so that they would go along with what the WHO says and everything else. Those are, and so that WHO would be in charge of mandating all medicine and pharmaceuticals and also vaccinations to everybody. And the governments have to go along with what the WHO says. So these things are already all in these inner workings that are there. So I have to ask the question now, if the current agenda that's being pushed by the current administration is to further us along that path toward the Agenda 2030, if this Trump, then you have to ask the question, if Trump is elected, is that just the pause? Well, how do we know that's just the pause? Would that just be the pause? You could be now getting into the realm of things in regards to more along toward the end times. Now, everyone talks about the Great Tribulation and everything else, of Revelation and everything else, and all these things that go along. Well, remember, the Great Tribulation, when you read the scripture, the Great Tribulation is only the last 3.5 years before Christ's return. But here's the kicker. That first 3.5 years is when everything starts to go to pot. Prior to the Great Tribulation. So when you start reading, and so that's when you start getting into chapter 5 and chapter 6, and it starts talking about when these seals were opened. These seals were open, and you start reading the stuff about the seals being open and how it affects the whole earth. It talks about the famine, it talks about the destruction, and it talks about who is not suffering during this time. Right? But then it talks about who is. Even the cost of bread is basically worth a bag of gold, right? All of these things, which goes to show you scarcity, and it also goes to show you economic collapses that happen because you have wars, you have pestilence, you have famine, you have plagues. So you have all of these different things that starts off, followed by things like earthquakes and all of these other things. That's just the seals are broken. Now, when you read the scripture, there's a lot of things that happen before that. So you have to ask the question: is it possible that the whole setup for 2030 coincide with the breaking of seals? It's a possibility, right? Don't know how everything goes and time passes. But what I do know, compared to any other time, and there's been a lot of different times that have been happening over the course of many of thousands of years that have been happening. But God has a remnant of people here to do exactly what Vaughn mentioned earlier in the show, where he says what? The conversation that God has with Abraham. And Abraham asked him, well, Lord, if there's 50 righteous, we go destroy this.
He's looking for the ones that, yeah.
And he's like, no, that's 50 righteous. They'll live. But what if there's 45? What is that? He starts doing this countdown to the point where God said, if there are 10, which was the last number that Abraham asked. But if there are 10,
I will spare it.
He said, would you spare it? He said, yeah, I'll spare it for 10. But the fact that there were not, exactly, he only found who? Lot.
The one.
He never said, keep that in mind. Only Lot. It never said Lot's wife was righteous. It never said his daughters were righteous. Lot, we know they were. So. Lot in the scripture was the only one that was considered righteous. So
because the wife, that's why she turned into a pillar of salt, because she looked back.
Well, my point is that does the remnant is there enough of a remnant to spare it?
To spare us. Yeah.
Spare the people, enough people of God, true people of God, to spare the destruction of what we know of to be the U.S. so that it doesn't go down with everything else. Or where do we fall in this? I'm going to tell you right now, everyone's going to have to make a decision. Unless your life is gone, everyone's going to have to make a decision. Those who are not about this life they're going to be made to give an account on whether you are about this life or you're not about this life. And people are going to change sides. And people are going to move. And you're going to be surprised at the people that are going to move versus the people who are going to stand firm. People that you think will not stand firm are going to be ones that stand firm. People you think is about that life, you're going to realize
you're going to find out they really not.
So there are things that are being lined up to happen right now, because if you haven't noticed, there has been a law passed, right? I have to go verify it, but it was in the process of being passed. But I think it did get passed, whereby those who use the Bible and preach against LGBTQ stuff is considered a crime.
Yep.
So
you saw that setup coming years ago, though.
But the thing is, though, my point, the law is not supposed to be for that. But because the elements of scripture talks about that, you can't say anything. If you do say something, you'll get there's some jail time coming from it. Right.
But that goes to the thing of what the scripture talks about, the persecution of the church.
Yes.
What's that, Jay? That sound plausible, considering that you have the First Amendment, right? So they would have to
it doesn't sound. Here's the deal. Here's what you have to realize.
I can't see a workaround around that.
Technically,
but they've been doing it by censoring us already. When you talk about the freedom of speech, they say, yeah, you had a freedom of speech, but if it's to insult or bring harm or towards any individual or entity, they could turn around and censor you. So it's really about censoring what it is that's going that they're trying to propagate, to put out there. Anyone that's going to talk against anything that they're doing, basically what they're creating is their own religion. So of course, the true people of God, we're going to talk against that. So now we become the enemies of what it is that they're trying to do.
Well, there is to piggyback off that, I don't disagree with that. There is a difference. This is when I speak to a lot of people who are very much against gay people, gay rights, the gay marriage, gay anything. Essentially, it just is what it is. There's having a disagreement about it. There's talking about it. There's I don't agree with it, and then there's the epithets, the faggots, the laughing about who they are, taking up the shoot. Something I just heard earlier. I mean, things like that. It shouldn't be censored. But the people who are on the other end listening to that, those who it affects, those who are of that, let's say, persuasion, it does a lot of mental and emotional damage to these people. And this coming from people who call themselves Christians. So still, again, I think it's your right to say these things, which is a lot. This is how a lot of Christians talk and think. And I mean, I listen to it, and it's quite unfortunate. But this is they'll be very political in their speech in public, but behind closed doors, I hear how they really think and what they really say about these types of people. This is the kind of language that if it's a private entity, then they do have the right to not allow it. If it's, say, their platform, it's a privately owned platform, they have a right to do it. You don't like it. But if they feel like that they're going to stand for, let's say, the LGBTQ, whatever, then they're going to choose to stand on the side of, well, you can have your free speech, obviously, but we're not obligated to allow you to go above and beyond that free speech in which you are delving into verbal abuse and these type of verbal attacks and assaults. Vague that's trying to go against something that you believe to be so evil, but you yourself are doing a very evil thing. So it can be that. It can be dicey though, because sometimes it can be something as harmless as, oh, well, we just don't agree. And they can then still censor you for saying I don't agree. But there are a lot of cases where they censor people who have very strong anti-gay propaganda against these people, and it goes above and beyond just I disagree with X, Y, Z.
The danger from even to that part of what you're saying is, and we're not talking about a platform censoring you, right? We're talking about you being put in jail, federal law.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, well, I'm not talking about someone's opinion on something. What I'm talking about is equating speech to violence. Number one.
Yep.
Number two, even with something that you're preaching about in your pulpits or whatever the case may be, online, whatever the case may be, giving what the scripture says, not giving your opinion on specific things of what the scripture says, about what the scripture says. You're talking about exactly what it says. That's what I'm saying. That's what they have done. That's a difference than giving your opinion on what something says, or giving an opinion on how you feel about something. That's a completely different avenue. And that's what I'm saying. That's a dangerous thing, precedent that was set with that law. And it was set up initially. Here's a kicker portion behind it. It was set up basically not even for that, but it happened to be for the hate speech on Jewish people. It's how it started. But what I'm saying is that was the Trojan horse. That's my point. And that's what I'm saying. So you have laws that are being passed like that open up a wide range and wide boundary to do a little bit of that will curb the rights. Is it an unconstitutional law? Yes. Is it legal? Yes. This dangerous. Now, can it be overturned? Can you go to appellate courts and all that other stuff? Yes. It doesn't mean that law is not on the books. And that's kind of where I'm going with this. There are things that have been put into motion already that are going to put things out there that's going to make it where it changes the whole dynamic on how people move, live, and breathe. So
and here go two things. Go ahead. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
So you have to ask these questions. And that's kind of the thing that I want everyone to see, right?
And here,
sometimes the things that we do on a small scale in one area has the ripples of it are far reaching, right? They're very far.
And here, sorry.
No, go ahead.
And here's where the church messed up at. The church will have no power whatsoever because of the fact that they've already been bought, paid for by the government with the 501c3. So what it was that we used to stand on and be able to preach from behind a pulpit, they basically set it up now to where they're able to shut the church down from even speaking that because of the fact that we're being the church. And I'm just talking about the emphasis of it, the embodiment of it. Our leaders have turned around and became complacent with accepting a lot of this stuff and not preaching from behind the pulpit and standing their ground on it. So now you got the invasion where you have now where it's supposed to be a separation of church and state. Now they're joined.
Yeah.
When you really sit back and think about it, it's like you're gonna remove. They basically put the church in a pickle because of the fact that the things that we once preached about and stood on and we didn't accept, we now have allowed to come in. We have allowed the world and its standards and its rules and regulations to come into the church, to where now the church has been watered down. So even, it's still going to be a remnant, but for the most part, that's why when it speaks of in the scripture, and I don't know what scripture it is, but where the scripture says something about those who were once allies are going to no longer be allies. They're going to be turning against themselves. That's what's going to happen even within the church. That's why you're talking about the mother. You're going to have that where we're going to be snitching on one another because of the fact of them in the beginning of the end times. If we're already in it.
Well, that's why I'm saying.
I mean, is that even a healthy? If that's the case, if we're already in those end times, is that even a healthy mindset to be in, to even think about, like living, like being alive? Like how's that mentally healthy for you or anyone else who believes that?
Well, it's the same thing. Like I said before, I don't think we're in the end times yet. I think there are things that's what I'm trying to say is right now. Are we at that spot where it's now become the crossroads, right? Now, no one, again, the scripture tells you no one knows the day or the hour.
That's right.
So you don't live in a way. First of all, you don't live in the element of fear. Number one. Number two, you don't live anything you should be doing, even in the way that you like.
You sound muffled.
Do I sound muffled? That better?
Are you okay now? Yeah, you there right there.
Must be in my mic. But so
repeat the last 10 seconds.
Okay. So what I said is that the first part, we shouldn't be living in fear anyway, regardless of what man can do or whatever else. That should be beside the point. We should live in the, as we like to say, we should live in the even if, right? I'm going to live according to how God called me to live. Even if it costs me something, I'm going to live that way, right? But That doesn't mean, as the scriptures say, you shouldn't be watchful. And so when I'm saying the stuff that I'm saying tonight about these things going on, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know who's going to be president. It could be somebody that comes out of the woodworks. It could be Trump or whatever the case. The question I'm asking is, based on the things that we see and based on the things that we have known to have happened and what has gone on, are we entering into that spot where it looks like it's going to be a reprieve, or does it look like we continue on our way of sudden destruction? Because everything right now is going to point to one road right now. Now, something else could happen and the road might diverge. But right now, the road that's being pointed at for pretty much all of humanity as a whole has to do with this Agenda 2030. That's what it has to deal with. It has to do with what's being trying to be put forth by the World Economic Forum. And so we are to be watchful. We are to be able to take a look and see the things that are going on and to be able to walk accordingly, to be able to walk in wisdom, not walking around like completely clueless, waiting for a quote unquote bomb to drop or something foolish just like that. Right? We're called to be wise. We're also called to steal, what we talk about here all the time. Called to make disciples, called to preach the gospel to everybody, right? Tell everybody about Christ and what he's done. That's what we're doing. That's what we're supposed to do, right? Now, if you don't, you shouldn't be ignorant of as the scriptures say, you shouldn't be ignorant of
the
schemes
Satan's
of the devil.
devices.
Right.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be ignorant of that. However, that doesn't mean you also have to be fearful of that. It's kind of like the whole thing from Saturday morning cartoons back in the day, right? G.I. Joe, right? Knowing is half the battle.
And speaking on what you was talking about, the alphabet mafia, you guys do know that they getting ready to pass and bring in another letter.
You say.
Boy.
Well, you know what? If they bring in another letter, actually, I'm kind of done with the alphabet. Actually, it is what it is. How many more letters?
I understand.
How many more letters?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, and this is something that we all have to be mindful of because this is part of the agenda.
I can't keep up with it. I'm sorry.
Well,
I was lost after LGBT and all of this other stuff that's added onto it. Listen, I don't have time for that. Now, you're going to live how you want to live. You see what I'm saying? But you're not going to force down my throat, and every week you come up with something new that I have to address you as. Listen, man, I don't have time for that. I have problems remembering my relatives' names. Are you kidding me?
That's funny.
All right,
hey, Bud.
I'm right there with you.
What you say?
I told Vaughn I'm right there with him on that one.
Oh, I am too. But the thing is, we still, like you said, we got to be mindful and know what's going on. I'm cool. I'm done with it too. But at the end of the day, we have to still pay attention because next they've already been coming after our children. The next letter that they bringing in is the P for pedophile, but they're not going to name it pedophile. They're going to call it they're going to call it something else. It's something minor loving something.
Maps.
Yeah, there you go.
Minor attracted persons. They've already.
Yeah, minor attracted persons. See, so I get what you're saying, Brother Vaughn, but at the end of the day, this is something that we have to be prepared for because of the fact that it's like, hey, this is what, like Ann said, this is coming in to be law. I mean, and you're when you ask that question, Aunt, this thing with Trump, maybe that is a thing of a reprieve for us to get our head up out our rear ends and get back to God, honestly. Because anytime you got your own that don't want you up in there and they trying to take you out, now, I ain't gotta like it. I'm just being honest with you, man. Hey, the more and more I sit back and I think about it, and then after listening to you saying what you were saying, God got Trump there for a reason. Now I ain't saying he's but he's gonna be used for whatever it is that God is trying to use him for.
Clearly.
God has
You know what I'm saying?
God has used the righteous and he's used the unrighteous.
The unrighteous.
So I mean, he whatever will accomplish his purpose is what he's going to use.
Well, he used Saul and he used David at one point in time.
Exactly.
For both different purposes. So,
yep.
You know,
so that's what, and that's kind of
he used one to usurp the other. And it's just like, oh, that's interesting. So you're like, wait, so he was with David, he's also with Saul, but now he's with David, and now he's not with. So it's like, hey, whatever purposes God has, we can assume. I think a lot of people would assume, maybe falsely, that Trump is that David. But it's like, well, what if he is the Saul? And that we, from our current perspective, we see him as David, just like the people in Saul's time saw him as the David, until David came around. It was like, nah, this little kid, this shepherd boy, yeah, right. He's not a king, but he ended up becoming a king. But that was a good situation. It could be the opposite, but we don't know. All we know is that the bullet was diverted and it was supposed to happen. It didn't happen for whatever reason. We hope it's for good reason. We hope that it's the reprieve that you speak of. We hope it's not this, oh, this is just a break before the destruction comes.
Oh, yeah.
People will generally like to believe
There's
that,
so many,
this is just going to lead to something good in the future, but we don't know that. But that's the hope.
Yeah, I don't, and that's the deal. I'm not even looking at it as something that's going to lead to something great in the future right now. I mean, there's so many things. There are so many things that could go down that it's not even funny. You can branch. If you look at just the scenarios of things that could happen, you can branch out forever. He might get into office and pass, and the guy that at his that's his vice president that he ordered. He might
that don't nobody know about.
See, but he might lead. He might lead the country toward some craziness that's right in line with Agenda 2030, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, so many things that's what I'm saying. It's so many things that can happen because it's not like Trump's a spring chicken, right? We just know that at this point in time, like we talked about earlier, the providence of God allowed him to see another day. That's what happened.
That's all we know.
Right.
That's all we know. I think that's the only sure thing we have.
Right.
But we want to assume he's going to repeat the first 4 years, which was outstanding. But that's the assumption is, oh, well, he did it before. But we don't know that for sure until the 4 years pass. And it's like, well, let's see what's going to happen.
Right. It could, and that's what I'm saying. We can see that it galvanized. We can see that it galvanized the country. Now the question is, did it galvanize the country for good or ill? We don't know. Right. That's what I'm saying. It's either going. That's why I said it's either going to be a reprieve, or it's going to be a continuation. Be it he win or lose, it'll be still a continuation toward the setup for Agenda 2030. That's what their push is for. That's what the big thing is for. So that's why I'm saying, hey, we don't, like you said, we don't know, but we, like I said earlier, but we don't live in fear of the stuff that happened. We just be mindful of the things that are there, right?
Exactly.
If you
be aware,
be mindful of the things that are there, and live the even if. You live how God wants you to live, right? Is you can walk through a field of landmines when you know where the landmines are. Right.
Yeah. And if you knew where they are, why would you even walk through them?
Sometimes, exactly. Sometimes the shortest distance is a straight line. Right.
Yes.
Sometimes the shortest distance is a straight line. Sometimes you have to walk through that minefield because there is something that you have to do on the other side of that minefield. and you have to do it at a specific time, right? However, when you know where the mines are, because they all been ticked and they all been flagged, that doesn't mean you say, "Oh, I know where the mines are. I'm going to still run through them like and just take off running." You feel a
And
sense of
trip over
security.
one, and trip
Yeah,
over something and fall on top of one.
right. You feel a sense of security because you know where the landmines are, but you're not 100%. You've seen all the landmines just because they've been flagged. Some landmines might have got missed, right?
But brother,
You might have
this gonna
missed
be
one. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, is that no, we don't know the future. We don't. But
brother,
we
them
know
landmines.
we know enough to be able to look out, right? And basically do like the sons of Naphtali, be able to read the signs and the seasons, right? Of what's gonna happen. You can not that you casting futures and all of that, not that. It's just basically knowing that if 1 + 1 = 2, then here's your possibilities, right? And this is where based on the things that they are trying to do, based on the things that we have seen happen, based on these things, we take a picture of this and we add these things up and we look at the possibilities of what can be. But we live according to scripture, just ever mindful of these things. That's being wise. That's being very wise.
What about booby traps?
Tell
What
them
about
to
booby
have them
traps,
both.
brother?
Yeah.
Say what?
What about booby traps?
What about them?
I mean, here we are thinking about the LGBT. What about the like remember I said about the mountain lions? They sound like girls if they yell. Well, the same thing about the
Your mic is messed up, man.
Yeah, it did get messed up at the end. But it's kind of like what I said before, right? You still have to walk circumspectly. You still have to have wisdom. You still have to have that understanding and that knowledge. You can't walk around in ignorance. So can
it's that cheese trap.
can there be booby traps? The answer is yes, right? But you're more likely to most people walk into booby traps when they're not being watchful and they're just moving it willy-nilly. That's when most people get into traps.
I mean, I understand, brother. You say control my story, but sometimes if I find out that I'm dating you and you're a man, I don't know what I might do.
But here's the deal. Watch this.
Wow,
ready
that's
for
a
this?
whole other story.
Oh, it sure is. Now watch this, Vaughn. Watch this, Vaughn.
Man.
Check this out. I thought you was married, Sweatbread.
Thank you.
I was using it as an analogy, brother.
You put yourself out there. You left yourself open, man.
No, but
we had work wives. I'm just playing. It was a joke.
My point,
so you really got a Decepticon on your end, huh?
No. They out here, brother. They out here.
My point is this, though.
Brother got me good on that one.
I did. I know I got you. But my point is this. That's what I'm saying. I hear the quote unquote, well, it's just an example. I hear all of that, right? The question is, if you walk in circumspectly and you're honoring your vows, is that even a thing? Right?
It shouldn't be.
Hypotheticals can exist, right? But you only need to. Person told me this a long time ago, and I laughed when I heard it, but it's actually kind of true. You only need to give hypotheticals if you're considering a course of action.
So you intend on executing the hypothetical.
What's the hypothetical? What's the word again? Hypothetical?
Hypotheticals. Hypotheticals is the what ifs. But what if such?
What if?
What if?
Yeah, I do that.
Hypothetical. All right. A person who lives in the hypotheticals is really and truly trying to determine a course of action. That's how it goes. So keep in mind that if you're telling somebody something true or what else, and the first thing they start saying is, well, what if this? Or what if that? Or what if this? And everything's a what if. keep in mind that by that point in time, they've already considered one of those hypotheticals.
They're
One of those.
entertaining the thought.
Brother, but I got people saying, I got
And
people coming to
that
me
whole
saying,
what if could just lead to paranoia. You know what I'm
that's true.
saying? What if
But
this happened? What if that? Well, wait, what if that? What if this? You know.
But I got brothers coming to me saying, like, how can I date and then people got kids, and then when you get with a girl who got kids, she's gonna wait until marriage. It's like
Okay,
it's just
so
backwards.
again, I asked the question. I actually see.
I know this is what I get. This is what I get.
I know,
This is what I get.
but here's the deal. So you have to ask them the question. You have to ask them the question again. Why are you going after a woman with kids?
Good one. Good question. Good question.
Right? Why are you after a woman with kids? Okay. And if they say, well, you know, this woman, she wants to wait till marriage and everything else, is she a woman worthy of waiting for marriage for you?
Isn't that backwards though?
No, it's not. It's very forward.
Nope. It's very much the way it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Isn't that backwards? Oh, you thought that was backwards?
Because if you already got kids, and it should be open because you know why I got to wait, but you let your
No,
baby
it's not
wait.
that. The question is that's not about whether you should be with a woman. The question is not whether you should be trying to be with a woman who has kids. The question is, why are you pursuing this woman?
Good question. Well,
That's the real question.
Yeah, you're right. I got to answer that. Look, it could be less.
If someone comes to me and says, this chick has a ton of kids.
Right.
Okay.
4 or 5 kids.
Right. But she's telling me she's not going to give up anything until I marry her. I have to ask you the question. A, why are you after this woman with all of these kids? That would be my
because he's looking at the booty.
But see, that's my point. Then that means
looking at the booty.
Then all that means then is he's just looking to smash. Well, why?
Yeah, that's it. Late night creep.
Well,
so I said my own trip.
You go to me, that's you need to figure that out.
Yeah.
Because the question is, you're not doing what's in your best interest. You are doing this for a need. You are doing this for your perceived need. You're doing this for lust. You just want to.
That's all it is at the end of the day.
You just want to smash this. Well, I'm not going.
I'm
not your wingman to help you smash.
I mean, brother, they got some kind of the spirit on me. Is the way they look. I mean, you know, you got big. You know, God bless you with boobs and butt, but just I don't know what it is, brother. But it's just you can be hypnotized, brother. It's like gypsies. I mean.
But
Jesus
it's still
come on, sweat bread.
It still comes to the point of how
you breaking up, brother. You're really breaking up, sweat bread. You're breaking up quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm in Milwaukee. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Rob.
No, it's your phone.
So. Yeah, you're just breaking up a little bit. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
It's
just the God bless you, but just sometimes you can be hypnotized, hypnosis.
Oh, I get it.
I hear you, brother.
Oh, I get it, sweat bread. I do.
I know, brother. That's what I'm saying, brother. Just, I'm like, Lord, please. I'm looking, but sometimes you stare, you become stalemate.
I
don't mind
like I said, it all comes about how you moving, man. It all comes about how you trying to move.
I'm just at
the guys. I'm just looking. I gotta go ahead and
call it a night.
Yeah,
or call it in the morning.
Yeah, because it's way past the time that I had planned on being on. So I got a big day tomorrow. So or later on, I should say. Golly. So with that being said, guys, Rob, I'm not gonna be able to bring you on, man. I'm about to end it. Shout out to 84 who had to leave early too. But
the sisters ain't come on tonight. What's up with that?
Sisters chilling.
Yeah, I know White School back there talking mess. Hello, White School.
So with that being the case, let's go ahead and somebody throw me out a song so we can kick this.
A song? Psalms 1 and 1.
Psalms 101.
1 and 1. Psalms 1.
Okay. Nice. I can do that one. I have no problems with doing that one. Psalms chapter 1. Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law he meditates day and night. He shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that brings forth his fruit in its season, whose leaf shall not wither, and whatever he does shall prosper. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind drives away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knows the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. Father God, we just thank you for this day, and we just thank you for just allowing us to be able to be here tonight, to be able to have the conversations and to be able to talk about you and just talk about things in general. Lord, we thank you for allowing us to see your hand move, not only on the local stage or in our personal lives, but on a grand stage, where all eyes could see the things that you've done and give you the glory. We just ask that you would just continue to be with us the rest of our weekend. Give us peace, give us rest. Watch over us and keep us, Lord, throughout these times until we all meet again. We thank you for everyone that was on the panel tonight. We thank you for everyone that was in the chat. We just ask that you would just continue to show yourself strong. We will continue to give you all of the praise and all of the glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
All right. Sweat bread. I just saw both of y'all names. Y'all all retarded. Just
Yeah.
let y'all know. Sweaty bread
So,
and sweatier bread.
Hold up, that's say names?
No, I was changing my voice.
No, they threw that out there. I'm laughing at Jay because Jay changed his to sweatier bread. I was like, oh my God.
Oh wow.
Sweat bread.
I'm the original.
Last word. Man, it's all you.
Yeah. I've heard my mic setting because I was trying to see like every time I talk, it sound like I'm obese and like I'm overweight, so I had to mess with my mic system because I didn't like the way I was sounding. But yes, the letter of the day is P. Pray always, because you never know, you might lose your life over a chicken sandwich or just talk to somebody and then drive through. You can die for just ordering your food. I mean, so just pray, man, because this world is crazy.
Amen.
Amen.
That's right. You're right.
All right. Scorch. Last words on you.
Oh, well. Last to come in and the first, second to go out, but that's all good. I appreciate the time that I was able to come on, like always. This is one night in a long time that I actually stayed up through the whole thing without falling asleep. That's
impressed.
an accomplishment in itself. Don't you start, Vaughn.
We all grow in little ways, man. We all grow in little ways.
Baby
But
steps.
Baby steps. But I will say this. Exactly. You know what? Don't you say nothing, wife school. But no, very insightful conversation. Very much so. Had me look at things a little bit differently than what I was looking at before. But speaking on the things that Ant was talking about with the community, and I'm not talking about just our community, but the community as a whole, the human race community. Vaughn, close your ears, because I'm gonna repeat it again. If you ain't with this program, screw them kids, they mama, they daddy, in the community that they came from. Because we need to stop playing. Time out for games. Time is getting shorter. People are dying left and right. And there is no comeback once he says that's it. And I want to be, when I get before him, I want him to say, well done. So we need to pay attention. We need to surround ourselves around like-minded people, individuals. And I hate to say this, But sometimes our folks ain't the ones that we came from. It's the ones that saw the people of God that aligns with us. Now, what we're doing here is a good thing, and we need to continue on doing it. But we need to prepare ourselves to go underground, because they get ready to come and shut all this stuff down. And the Bible speaks about that. So we need to be vigilant. We need to be wise, and we need to move accordingly.
Yeah.
Because this is no game. This is really about our soul salvation. Ant was absolutely right. We need to really sit back and think about, is this a reprieve? Is this thing what happened with Trump? Is that really that's a wake-up call for all of us? And he mentioned something. He mentioned Nineveh. We might be the Ninevites right now, where God is saying, "Hey, wake up! I'm calling my people to order. Get back to your first love. Return back to me." Because when I start swinging that sword, is it going to be bloodshed over our doorposts? Or are we gonna go? Or are we gonna go down with the angel of death when he comes? So, time out for the games. I mean, joking. I mean, jokes and all that is fine and whatnot. I mean, you got to put a little bit of, because if we get too serious about it, like you said, Vaughn, we'll lose. Some of us will lose ourselves, especially with a lot of us going on through our own personal issues.
Yeah.
But at some point, we're gonna have to get our hands and our feet back into the plow and start removing that hard soil, which is in our hearts, our hardened hearts. He said in his word, when I call you, do not harden your heart. He has called so many of us and our heart has been hardened. So now he got to break up that stony heart of ours. And if he has to use Trump, Biden, whoever it is, to me, it's not even about who they got up there. Everything that's been going on to me has been it's been constant little tremors, constant little birth pains, so to speak, that we're looking at. And for some of us, we could continue to go on moseying along like it's not, hey, everything is hunky-dory fine. No, it's not. But once again, I'm not going to hold y'all too long. Y'all have a blessed evening or blessed, morning. And until God say so, I'll talk to y'all then.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And love y'all with the love of Jesus. Every last one of y'all.
Love you
Remember,
too.
brother,
Same
they
too,
not like
bro.
us.
Love you
They
too.
not like us.
Hey, all right, you gotta knock it off with all that.
All right, sweaty your bread. It's on you.
Hey, you stay away from them deep throats.
Okay, I just want to clear it up.
Wow.
I am not. I am not.
Good.
Woo.
Yeah, retarded.
On that night.
All right, let's sweaty your bread. Give his last words.
I think what Trump proved is that none of us is beyond reproach. All of us can be touched. Even the most famous man in the world, literally. If a bullet can graze him, how much worse can it be for any one of us who take his grace and his mercy on our lives for granted? No amount of bravado, no amount of ego, no amount of confidence that we think we may have can compare to just God's sense of grace on our lives. So even throughout all the political discussion that we had, well, it was mostly political today. That's what largely I learned from this, is that no one can put their faith in anyone but God. And I would hope that a lot of us, having witnessed it and how close, how traumatic of an experience that would have been had the alternative happened by just centimeters. Um, I don't know. I just think it would, as much as this has changed people's lives, as far as how close of a call it was and the recognition of God's grace, um, I shudder to think about how many more people would have been extremely angry at God or blaming God had that bullet landed where it was intended. Um, I don't know. I don't know if the same people are saying that, I love God and look at God and look what He did. If that particular experience or that particular event did not happen the other way around. I like to believe that, but of course it's easy to say, well, God works miracles and He did this good thing in my life. But sometimes bullets land. I say that literally and metaphorically because it landed for that firefighter who got hit, who saved his family, which that bullet was intended for his daughter, if I'm not mistaken. But he got in the way just in time to prevent it from happening. So someone got harmed, and could the same person look at the same person say the situation and say, oh well, look at the miracle, right? Would you consider that a miracle? There was a sacrifice involved. That man's life for the life of one of his children or his wife. So it just so happened to be not Trump's time this time. Just like many of us who have been through similar situations, it just so happened to be not our time at that time. But what we do know for certain is that all of our time is certain, whether it's by bullet, whether it's by natural causes, whether it's by flood, whether it's by tornado, hurricane, whatever, food poisoning, whatever. So that much is guaranteed. Is that our time will all is inevitable. In what manner that happens, we hope the most peaceful way possible in our sleep, but none of us know that for sure. So, but what we can be sure of is that, at least for myself, speaking for myself, is that God is God is merciful and God is great and God is um, he's constantly working on me, because sometimes I can get a little big headed too and think I'm invincible until I see how easily I can get scarred, how easily my body can be damaged, how easily something can happen where in a blink of an eye, I'm out of here. So, um, and I hope that's the biggest lesson that we take from this, from this entire discussion today, because we don't know the future. I think the greatest gift that we have is the present, but then we also have sometimes the curse of foresight. So, we can see into the future and predict things that might happen, but we sometimes lose sight of the present moment, of the gift that we have right before us. Um, and I think that's one of the things why I admire kids so much, is that they tend to just stay in the present. They don't worry about the things that they don't need to worry about. They don't worry about the tomorrows or even the yesterdays. They're just here and right here and now. And I think if we do our best to strive to be in that mindset more so, uh, then there will be a lot less stress, a lot less depression, a lot less sadness and sorrow. Because bad things are going to happen regardless. So, and what do kids do? They cry about it at that moment, and then the very next moment, they're back to doing whatever they got to do. But when we become adults, we tend to lament on these things. We pontificate about it, and we think about it, and then that does more harm to us than the actual event itself that caused the initial harm. Because we're adults and we're supposed to think about these things, and we think too much. That was one thing that God had to get on me about. Sent someone a prophecy on me on that one time, and it was very specific. I don't know, out of everything this one person said, she was spot on. But the one thing that stood out was, you're overthinking. God says you got to stop overthinking. And that was the reason why I remember it so strongly, because she was the most insistent on that. She was the most persistent on that. You're overthinking. I'm like, what is going on? Like, why is she? I said, she's not wrong, but that's why I remember, out of everything she said, bits and pieces, but that is the one thing that stood out the most. And it's not just my problem. And that's it's a problem that I recognize in a lot of us. So we have to just kind of take a step back, take a chill pill, relax, and think, or rather, not think so much, and just kind of just be in the presence of God. So that said, have a great night, fellas. I love you all.
Yeah.
Love you too, Jay. All right. Mr. Water and Prophet himself, on Brian. Last words on you, bro.
Yes, sir. Well, you know, David said that his foot almost slipped, you know, looking at the prosperity of the wicked, you know, and the Bible admonishes us to, you know, fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou envious of the workers of iniquity, for they will soon be cut down like the withering green herb. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes we see evil taking place. Sometimes we want to step in there and put our mouths on it and give our opinions about the evil that we see. But at the same time, God is in control, you know. And listen, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, and he will repay. You know, oftentimes we want to take charge of things ourselves, when we need to step back and let God do the work that he is so good at doing, you know? And so I just wanted to drop that out there. And I just wanted to also say that very good conversation tonight, very well-rounded. You know, that's what I love about the village. We can talk about spiritual things, and then we can also talk about political things. Now, me, for one, I'm really not a political conversationalist, but you know, but I enjoy listening and learning, you see. And so for that, I'm appreciative on tonight. And God bless everybody. Have a good rest and a good sleep. And until we meet again.
All right. Thank you, sir. Well, guys, I can tell y'all right now, it's great to be here tonight. Great seeing you guys up here. You know, it's good to have the conversations that we have sometimes. And that's what it's all about. It's the iron sharpening iron aspect, and being able to talk about the things that are not only things of the Lord, but things that are actually going on that affects all of us. And, you know, sometimes we're able to share light, and sometimes we're the ones getting light shed on. So it's always great. It's always a wonder. So I appreciate you guys for being here. Sweat Bread, of course. You have many questions, so we greatly appreciate you up here. Scorch, you know, love how even at this late night, especially when you're not asleep, it's almost like you got that, you're on fire, man. I said, I wish that be the case on my end, because you're amped and ready to go. But you always bring something to the table, man. You always bring good knowledge and everything. And it's good having you up here. It's always a joy. Jay, same for you, man. Good, thought-provoking insight, questions. And it's good having you here. Enjoy it. You know, it's one of those things that, you know, you have conversations to be able to gain that different perspective, right? It's kind of hard. No one wants to. Anyone can sit in the echo chamber. It's another to be able to sit and be challenged, even with things that you don't agree with, and even with things that you do agree with, but you're just seeing it differently. And so it's good to have you up, man. VB, you know, it's always a pleasure, man. You know, you always have that calm, that insight, that, you know, and you are not only bold for the Lord, but you are, I guess if there was any sharpening stone, I guess you would call it, right? That'd be you, man. It's always great to see you up here.
Hey, Ant.
Yeah.
Von head big enough as it is. You don't need to give him no more credit, man. Come on now.
I I got to set up my guy, man, because I can tell you one time, man, for anyone who does this and everything else, and I know Bolo feels the same way. It's one thing to get up and just talk, but there's a difference when you're able to get up and have conversations. It's a big difference. And so, like I said, I appreciate him coming up every Friday. Salute to 84 who was here earlier. It's always a pleasure. When y'all get a chance, y'all make sure y'all check out his channel. Shout out to Relationship Rehab that was here earlier. Brian, he has 2 channels, Relationship Rehab and United Guns of America. If you got a chance, check him out. Good content, funny content. But when it comes
Wife School, Scam Likely, they was in the chat too.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a shout out, man. It's okay.
I'm saying, well,
come on, man. Golly. But anything you want to know about guns, that's your guy. He's good. But yes, Wife School Podcast, who was there. Thank you for being here. Good content. I see her a lot on Brother Clarence's channel, who's also good content. You got a chance to check him out as well. Please do. And then Scam Likely. Last time I saw Scam, he was on what's his name show a while back and giving them the business. He had me laughing though. But he's been up here on the panel a number of times too. He's a good brother and good information. Good.
And thank you, Ant, for being a host, man. You know, this show wouldn't be the way it was without you.
Well, and see, yeah, and that's the as you call it, the last but not least shout out, because he brought the channel together. And so my brother's God uses him a lot, and he's brought us into contact with a lot of different channels, a lot of different people over the years, and we've been doing this quite a while. And so shout out to him, because without him letting me using this channel wouldn't exist. I think a lot of other channels wouldn't exist. So with that being said, shout out to him. I say it all the time, every late morning Saturdays, but we got another one in the books, man. So but shout out to Bolo.
Yes, sir.
God bless him and his family for sure. So
the same goes for you, sir. The same goes for you.
Appreciate it.
Because this wouldn't, whenever he's not there, you always come up Johnny on the spot, man. And I'm proud of you, man. I thank you, man, because most times, man, we would have been done 2 hours ago, and here it is. It's getting later. You're getting later and later, man. Every time you come on there, I guess we wearing on you.
No, no. I still have my heart. I have my heart red easy button that I press and close it out. So.
I'm a truck driver, and I thank you too, brother, because I be having these questions because the wilderness be on me, brother. I mean, you imagine how many countries I go through, and it don't be a country. Sometimes it be a whole town. But I thank you, God, because man, the Lord, I know about God's love.
Man, you driving pretty far to be talking about countries. You mean states?
No.
Yeah, he meant
unless he crossing into Canada, then he's country.
We know what he meant. He meant state.
Okay.
No, they have little small counties.
Sound like he said whole state. I didn't know what that was, but
you know what? I wasn't gonna say nothing, but I thought he said that too.
Yes, you could pass through there.
I thought he said whole town. I was like, what?
You didn't really hear me?
We heard you. You just sound like you said whole town.
Yeah, county. I mean county.
Oh, okay.
See, yeah. It's like a little small country, little small town.
Okay.
Yeah.
I told y'all he's been around. Hey, see, he's been. I think you've been having too much experience with them lock lizards out there.
Oh,
no,
goodness.
Brother.
Oh,
Be positive, brother. Let's be positive. I'm not done
little
12.
truck driver talk, right? Little truck driver talk.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's all it is.
No, I'm not desperate.
I'm gonna have to pull like those old shows. Good night, everybody. Thank you for coming.
Oh, okay. Hey, good night, because we'll be here another hour talking.
Yeah, love each other and take care of each other. Take care
I
of
love
each
you,
other.
man. Peace.
Y'all take care, man. Until God say so next time, man. We'll talk again.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody in the chat and those who listened behind the scenes. Y'all have a great rest of your weekend. God bless you guys. Grace and peace. We will see you guys on Monday. I believe it is. On Monday.